Hello again, everybody, and today we're going to have an in-depth interview with Tony Khan live on his booking philosophy, and I've agreed to induct Paul Heyman into the WWE Hall of Fame. Folks, it's the April Fool edition of the Jim Cornette Experience, and joining me, who else would join me on this classic day? Hawaiian Brian, the podcasting lion, the king of the Arcadian Vanguard Podcast Network, Mr. Co-host to you. He's no fool you need to fool with, and that's no fooling. The great Brian Last, everybody.
Aloha, Jim. A pleasure to be here once again. It's not April Fool's as we are recording, and it may not be as the show is released, but we're right in that range.
We're in the middle of it.
The joke before WrestleMania.
Well, because there's no rest for the weary or the wicked, depending on your old homily or homonym or homina that you ascribe to there, because we're recording on Easter Sunday. We're editing on April Fool's Day. It'll be out shortly after that, but like you said, we're right in the pocket of April Fool's Day, and what better day to talk about people in the professional wrestling industry. And of course, this is the last Jim Cornette Experience before the blockbuster edition next week, detailing WrestleMania and whatever major happenings go on there at the Showcase of the Immortals. So we can't really take this too seriously today, Cam. I mean, normal people are out hunting for eggs. This is the day when Jesus returns from the tomb and gives rabbits chocolate eggs to pass out to children who leave tooths under their pillows, right? We're not supposed to be working today.
There's some element of truth in there, Mr. Hogan, but I don't know about all that together.
Well, Hogan actually, the tooth fairy, he had an individual tooth fairy for each one of his children. He actually was going to get the job, the tooth fairy booker for the whole fucking tooth fairy industry at one point, but he slept through the phone call.
His kids are always asking, why does the tooth fairy sound like Jimmy Hart?
What?
Go back to bed, sweetheart. Go back to bed.
We're laying there in the middle of the night, and suddenly we hear, turn over, little poo-poo. Just turn over, little poo-poo. I got to get this under your pillow there, baby. Baby. Oh, baby, daddy, sister, mama. Woo, mercy. But we got a duty to the listeners, is what we have, to do these fine programs, to keep the people up to date and apprised to what's going on in the world of professional wrestling and the various peripheries of those around it, plus whatever crosses our desk here, as they say. Is Solomon still the night man on the desk, sorting out the breaking news stories and everything overnight while we sleep and recharge?
No, he's the day man.
Is he? Well, then who's the night man?
The night
He's
man?
the day man, but not the night man.
Oh!
Night man. Oh! All right. For all you Always Sunny fans out there.
The show degenerated so quick this week. 4 minutes. 4 minutes.
Because we're not supposed to be. This is a goddamn holiday, is what I'm trying to explain away to you here. But I'm telling you why we're doing this. For the listeners, and there's one in particular, and I got this email, and Brian, this is why that you and I are sitting here instead of out romping with the rabbits, laying their eggs so that the chickens will hatch new bunnies. I don't know what the fuck's going on there, but
you don't know.
We should get some eggs out of the situation, but we're here servicing the people. And I hope the listeners of this show, by the time it's over with, feel like they've been serviced fully. Because of this email came, and this lady's, well, it's English is her second language. So I'm going to try to can't convey the meaning of a little bit of this, but she did a pretty good job. But, Brad, did you ever see, you're too young. You're just a mere whippersnapper. When I was a kid, in the 60s, one of the network TV shows was Here Come the Brides. Have you ever heard of this program?
I've heard of it. I've never seen it.
Well, it was a story of this logging camp in Seattle back in the 1800s. There were no women there, so they sent away for this contingent of mail-order brides so they could all come out and find love and happiness there in Seattle. And one of the big lumberjacks was the big Swede, and he was a big fucking guy with the blonde hair, and he would talk like this, because I'm Swedish, like that. And when I was 5 years old, that tickled me to no end. And since then, every time anything in the Dutch, the Swedish, the Netherlanderese comes up, I hear that in my head because it was indoctrinated in me. So I'm going to have a little bit of lilt of this in my voice.
Did you like the Swedish Chef on the Muppets?
Well, see, I was already on the road as a teenage boy photographer by the time the Muppets was really big enough where I was steadily.
I don't think that's accurate at all.
Now, what the Muppets was a fucking, mid-late 70s thing, right?
77, maybe? They came
Okay, I'm already 16 years old and doing 3 shows a week. Come on. I don't have time for the Muppets.
Lazy.
But let me get back to the Swedes or the Netherlandese or what
the Nether people.
The Nether people. I'm going to butcher these names, and I apologize to the people that I got the email from and that I'm talking about. But the name Pleun would be Plune. Would it be Plune?
I don't know why you have to have that little accent on, but it probably would be what it is. That probably, sounds reasonable.
See, I can't say it because I was 5 years old when I'm watching the TV show and it indoctrinated me as a child, right?
Got it, yeah.
And Plune is from a place in the Netherlands called Apeldoorn, Apeldoorn?
That sounds pretty to the point, yeah.
So my name is Plune from Apeldoorn, the Netherlands. What that?
The email has no accent, by the way.
But I'm trying to speak the Netherlanderese or the neither. Nevertheless,
yeah, you speak neither. That's right.
Plune continues. I won't read the rest of it with just the names. My husband has been a fan of the WWE since he was a little boy. Now he is 43 years old. When we started dating, I, of course, had to watch all his wrestling videos, and now 20 years later, I can also listen to the Jim Cornette Experience and Jim Cornette's Drive-Thru Podcast. And thank you, Plune. But then she goes on to say, I don't think I'll listen to your podcast without him, parenthetically, but maybe secretly I will by now. Thinking face.
Okay. Is she hitting on you?
No, because now this is a serious email. And I'm showing this is what gives us the motivation to do these programs in bad weather and holidays and
in bad weather, like with a mailman.
Well, we gotta get the message out.
In bad weather, we sit in our heated homes. The misery.
Remember the one time the heat went out? And we still did the show.
That's right, we did.
Anyway, she goes on to say, my husband's name is, and I get Fulco. Would it Fulco? Would that?
It sounds like it would probably be Fulco.
Fulco? My husband's name is Fulco. And he was the national head coach of the track cyclists. Cyclists. I'm sorry, I have a lisp there. They ride bicycles around a track, right?
As implied, yeah.
Yes, as implied. A few years ago, he had a terrible accident with one of his athletes, which left him with post-traumatic stress syndrome and depression due to everything that happened the last few years. He cannot perform his job at the moment, and perhaps not again in the future. That's an awful and very painful scenario. Fulco has always been a professional cyclist, and besides cycling, he had no hobbies. But for relaxation, he watches and reads about wrestling. So that is the common thread in his life. And at this moment, your podcast is his anchor. And now I feel bad not only for Fulco, but also our podcast is his anchor. What, around his neck? How could things get any worse? Plune, I appeal to you. Get him a more productive hobby than us. Or at least more productive than Brian.
Or at least the experience. I mean, my show, we deliver for the people. Unlike this shit show here.
All right, well,
this sloppy shop.
Plune has more to say. Recently, at the therapist, she asked him what kind of things give him joy in life, and he told her, listening to your podcast gives him joy and relaxation and helps him through the day right now. It almost makes me cry. And so, Jim, I want to let you know, and she's not mentioning your name anywhere in here. As a matter of fact, the subject of the email was thanks at Jim Cornette. So she has tossed thanks at me. It doesn't say thanks at Jim Cornette and Brian Last. So, Jim, I want to let you know how grateful I am that you are in our lives, or even better, in my husband's life with the podcast. Because without your podcast, I wouldn't know what Fulco would be like right now. So, Plune, we send our best. Even Brian, who you obviously don't really care about, or you would have mentioned him in this email.
Yeah, now I'm depressed.
And we're glad that he's doing better and hope that he has a full recovery soon. But
that's right. Get better, Falco.
I'm not gonna. That's not Falco. It's Fulco.
What'd you say? What? Oh, Fulco.
Falco is the guy that did fucking.
What song? Come on.
God damn it. Oh, God damn it.
That's
Falco.
not the song. That's not the song.
Was it Putting on the Ritz? Right?
He did,
No, what was it?
Was it One Night in Bangkok? No.
No, that's Murray Head.
Yeah, no, it was, did he do the original version of the Commissar? Is that what it is?
Oh, that's right. It's De Commissar. I was the funky beat.
Hold
of
on.
course, not putting on the Ritz. It's De Commissar.
Falco. Hold on.
Falco.
Let's clear this up. Falco.
This is not, he did not ride a bicycle.
He is from Vienna, Austria, originally.
Is he nowhere near the Netherlands?
And let's see his, if we go to his album here, the album Eisenhoft.
What?
He had the version of the Commissar.
Did you have beans for breakfast?
Einzelhaft, his debut album, and what a hit it was, with Der Kommissar on there before the other version in English, which went to #1. But then he did another song. Was it Putting on the Ritz?
No, because who did Putting on the Ritz though? Well, I think because I've now and Stace loves this song, and because it's in Young Frankenstein.
Rock Me Amadeus. That was the song I couldn't think of.
Falco.
Yeah, Rock Me Amadeus.
Oh, that's right. Amadeus, 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 Amadeus. But at least the lyrics are fucking deep and meaningful. So who did Putting on the Ritz? Wait a minute. Who did Putting on the Ritz? Now I'm fucking pissed.
Hold on.
I've just gone blank. I've had a brain fart, ladies. Here on Easter Sunday. Not an egg fart, but a brain fart. And poor Plune thinks we're done with her and Fulco. Taco, not Falco. See, that's what the goddammit.
Well, either way, get better, Plune and Fucko. We are rooting for you.
No, stop it. Now you can't do that to the people.
Falco.
No, not his. Is he still alive, by the way?
Hold on, I'm on Taco. Let me go back to Falco. Falco, this is his album, Falco 3. Falco, the musician, he died February 6, 1998, at the age of 40.
What the fuck happened?
It says he died between Villa Montellano and Puerto Plata, Dominican Republic. Between
What do you mean died between?
Yeah, was he on a plane? What the fuck?
What did somebody shoot him? What happened? 40 years old, he's in the prime of life. Rock star.
Falco died of severe injuries suffered on 6 February 1998 at the age of 40 when his Mitsubishi Pajero collided with a bus on the road linking the towns that I previously mentioned in the Dominican Republic.
Well, that's how you can do it in the middle of them, I guess.
He was planning his comeback.
Well, I didn't even know he had gone away.
After the fire. That's who did Der Kommissar. That's right. Der Kommissar.
But Falco did it first.
That's right. Get well, Falco. Well, no, Falco's dead. Falco's dead. But Fucko's alive.
No, Falco.
Get well, Fucko.
Falco did Der Kommissar first, before, after the fire, then.
Yes. Before, after the fire.
after no, Earth, Wind, and Fire did that. After the fire is gone.
What'd you think when Earth, Wind, and Fire got out of the space outfit? I don't know what you call it.
You didn't even catch that. Go ahead. What now? What do you say?
When Earth, Wind, and Fire changed their look, when they tried to get that 80s look and they got kind of rid of the classic 70s spaceman.
Yeah, they traded the fucking, mothership Lost in Space outfits and the goddamn David Copperfield magic for bandanas. Yeah, no, I didn't think much of that. Earth, Wind, and Fire in the fucking late 70s, early 80s was an amazing live. They were disappearing and reappearing all over the place and in and out of pyramids, levitating in the air, all kind. They had David Copperfield doing their fucking trick choreography or illusion.
Did they really?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, I mean, if you held a gun to me, I would say, let me go down and check my event program from the time, but I believe that he was credited. It was one of those famous musicians. I'm going to put my money on Copperfield. Now that you're goddamn grilling me about it, I'm just saying it was an amazing thing. The pyramid would come down on Maurice, boom, and it'd lift back up, and he's gone, and fucking suddenly he comes up out in a flash of fucking purple light or whatever out behind the sound booth. That was a big deal back in those days.
He's in some kind of trouble now, too, isn't he, Copperfield?
Oh, I thought you meant Maurice White. Yeah, he's in plenty of fucking trouble. He's dead.
Not Maurice. I was talking about David Copperfield.
Can't get more serious than that, can it?
I think Copperfield may have tried to cop a feel or something.
What did he do now? I mean, is this, how old is he? Has he got to be 70? What the fuck's going on with him?
He is 67 years old. He's an illusionist. And is there any David Copperfield news? David Copperfield, the magic behind the true superhero, is an article. Jeffrey Epstein victim names magician David Copperfield in unsealed docs. Well, there's...
Oh, good Lord.
There may be a problem. There may be a problem. All right, here's another headline. From January of this year, David Copperfield performed magic tricks at dinner with Epstein accuser at late pedophile's home, according to court docs. Yeah, so before the article, the magic behind the true superhero 2 days ago, it was all stuff about him and Jeffrey Epstein.
Come on, maybe now in his benefit, his defense of somewhat, maybe Jeffrey Epstein, being a billionaire, just hired David Copperfield to do some card tricks at dinner. I mean, no one has actually seen any evidence of sexual.
No, he's an illusionist. No one saw anything.
Nobody saw.
He's the perfect guy to get caught up in this. You didn't see anything. There's nothing there. It's all an illusion.
So, but maybe that's what he's being accused of, is making his penis disappear. Now, have you ever thought of that? Yeah, that's something.
I don't know.
Think about and worry about. But it was so Falco and Taco and David Copperfield, Maurice White. We barely knew you.
But get well,
Plune. No, Plune. Plune's good. Fulco. We need Fulco to feel better.
Yes, we do. Get well, Fulco. We hope you enjoyed this nonsense, whatever this was.
And then also, I got to send out a thank you also to your friend, and probably only your friend, actually. I don't think he has any other ones. Charlie from Starkville, Mississippi. Do you know what arrived as apparently an Easter present? I know Charlie does have some rabbit blood in him, in the family tree. And so he sends out Easter presents instead of Christmas. Did you know this about him, right?
He's very wealthy. He's the richest man in Starkville, they say.
Well, he
lives in the big house in Starkville.
He's like the old guy in A Legend of Woolly Swamp. He's got some tin cans buried in the backyard. But anyway, Charlie sent out Easter presents. I'm sure you got yours, but Stace and I got ours. He sent a nice box of DVDs. I'll have you know, I think he's somehow been involved in. Did you hear about the big hijacking of that Walmart audio-visual department truck on I-10 just east of Biloxi? He may have had something to do with that.
No, he may not have.
But Charlie sent me the entire series of The Office from start to finish on 38 fucking DVDs. in the box set of this thing. It's amazingly thick, and the girth of this thing.
You've seen The Office. Someone send him Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Oh, see, don't beg for things.
I'm
like
not begging, I'm demanding. Someone send him one now. Someone at once, send him one.
But he didn't leave Stacy out because he included a box set of the entire series, start to finish, of True Blood. And she loved that show 20 years ago. Had a couple of the seasons, didn't have the whole set.
Did she love it beginning to end, or is it like one of those shows where like the last season or the last couple seasons you lose your passion for it?
Well, because I was along for that also, I would watch that with her. And as I remember, they started getting, it was good at first because they were like, they weren't fully having tongue-in-cheek exposing their own business on the goddamn air yet with the vampires and the creatures, and it was spooky, and it was good, and it was mystical. And then about season, 4 out of 5 or whatever, they started getting a little fucking ridiculous. It was like Tony Khan suddenly started fantasy booking that also. But it's nice to have things in completion. That way you could say, well, here it is for good. Like if you get the Lost in Space DVD set, you got to have season 3 in there, even though by the time we get to the Great Vegetable Rebellion, it's jumped the shark somewhat.
But I love the look of it. Even by that point, the colors, the early television shows in color in 66 and 67, even into 68, just the way they use the colors on all those shows, Dragnet, and of course Lost in Space, Batman, the Monkeys, everything.
I was about to say Batman, just because Handy TV, it's not a porn network filled with five knuckle shuffles, ladies and gentlemen. It's Heroes and Icons TV, but their abbreviation is Handy TV. Has the remastered Batmans on in high definition on Sunday mornings, and of course I do have the Lost in Space sets with. But yes, you're right. The colors,
on
the
MeTV.
pastel shit.
Batman's on MeTV, the remastered ones.
But now MeTV's signal, at least in this part of the world down here, is not to compare with the HD Heroes and Handy Icons. Did you have high def MeTV? It's pretty standard def over here.
No, we got high def MeTV. We also have high def MeTV Plus.
Well, now fuck you then.
The second MeTV channel.
They're just giving us just our MeTV, and that's all we getting. We don't get anything plus. And I'll tell you something else. Antenna TV here, by the way, on our Spectrum cable, looks like I'm playing my fucking VHSs I recorded when the shit originally aired. That's how high def they are. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You have bizarre problems over there. What I was going to say is, of all those shows from that era, and they made a guest appearance on Batman, you probably remember, the one show that's like never, I don't think it's ever on TV, and there's no box set because of rights issues, the Green Hornet.
No. I'll tell you, where were they just airing the Green Hornet a couple of years ago? They ran through the whole goddamn, it was, what network
the whole
was
season?
The whole season, yes. Son of a bitch, I can't remember. But yes, Green Hornet was aired a few years back.
If it wasn't
on if
it wasn't on Handy, maybe it was on Blowy.
Well, no, I think it was on Buttfucky, but no. But I'm swearing to you. If I'm lying, I'm flying, and my feet ain't left the ground. And somebody out there is going to remind me whether it was MeTV early on a Saturday morning or whether it was one of the other fine nostalgia networks. But yeah, because I watched the whole thing. They ran the whole thing like twice, and there's only, what is there? Is there 20 episodes? 26, whatever.
Maybe 26, maybe.
Anyway, hey, folks, if you'd like something to watch or read or play with, well, I got your handy right here at JimCornette.com, and all the fine products and merchandise and collectibles that we offer at Cornette's Collectibles at that very fine website, including, of course, the Midnight Express and Heavenly Bodies action figures, my own action figures, which, believe me, they're flying off the shelves, ladies and gentlemen, because these things look just like me, and people want to get them and in some cases cover them so small children will not be able to see them unsolicited. But nevertheless, we got the books, we got the certificates, we've got the DVDs, we've got things to look at, as I said, things to read, to watch, to fondle, and so much more at JimCornette.com. And the Feather Bottoms are standing by now to take your order. And Brian, we have, before we get into the wrestling part of the program, we got to talk a little bit about the business. We haven't given an update on our old friend Colin here in a while. And there's been design behind that because of reasons that we will talk about here in a couple of minutes. But he's made some news. So since he's made some news, we are allowed to talk about the news that he's made and potentially news that we have made connected with the news he's made. Allegedly. Did I say anything to get us in trouble yet?
Not yet, no. And by the way, anyone who hears this entire segment will be legally cleared, so if you got a problem, call our lawyer directly. Thank you.
877-50-STEVE.
50-STEVE.
50-STEVE. Actually, one of the three different legal entities working on this case, because it involves such the scope and the magnitude of it, as well as the jurisdictional cross-references and wherewithals and why-fors, and that means that we got more attorneys on this thing than defended OJ. But in this case, we're fighting for right instead of if the glove don't fit. So, Brian, instead of me getting us, I'm already under the sword of Damocles' threat of some kind of suit here, and I will comment on that in a second.
Defamation.
Defamation, baby.
And defecation.
Defamation and defecation. You know what? That sounds like one of those Schoolhouse Rock things. Defamation. What's your station?
Defamation and defecation is also the Vince McMahon biography that is coming out soon.
Why don't you tell the people, since you're better at this, what we can legally say about what Colin has just done that we kind of knew he was going to do and foreshadowed he'd do, and what we're doing about it, and then we'll discuss those things.
Yeah, we'll say a few things, and we're not going to go too long because also we don't want to say too much about strategy beyond what we want to say. But we haven't said anything publicly on the show in a little while as we've been doing stuff behind the scenes. We have 3 different legal teams currently working with us. We've done investigations, we've looked into things, and Colin Thompson...
Actually, should we tell, if anybody has only been listening for 3 months, we might better prep them up.
There's an omnibus. You can go search on YouTube for the Jim Cornette Kast Media Saga Omnibus, and there's a 10-part series of clips telling everyone the entire story. Kast Media, who was our advertising agent, stopped paying us. The money that advertisers were paying them specifically for advertising on the Jim Cornette podcasts was never sent to us. It was allocated in other ways. This started I shouldn't say it started then. We started talking about it on the show, I believe last summer. And since that time, Colin Thompson's Kast Media has just declared bankruptcy. They've put in the papers. Arcadian Vanguard, representing obviously the Jim Cornette shows, is the 8th biggest creditor on the list. What it says here, and again, any debt that was previously taken off the books by Podcast One isn't here. Anything else we don't know about yet, and we will know about it. Discovery's coming, baby. But what we see here is he owes just under $7 million. Or excuse me, I shouldn't say he. We got to be careful here.
Yes,
there's going to be more to this. Kast Media is $7 million in the hole. I say he. I actually have right here the papers, because they just came in the mail yesterday, where Colin is petitioning the court to ask for a raise. This is public record, so we could talk about this, and if not, Stephen will tell me.
And wait a minute, let me just say one thing also, is that obviously, when you say 8th biggest creditor, when we started, for the new listeners, when we started talking about this whole thing on our shows, that opened up kind of a floodgate where Theo Von, everybody from Theo Von to Sarah Silverman to goddamn One a Penn and Teller. I can't remember which one now.
Penn Jillette, Whitney Cummings.
There you go.
Lots of people.
And then CoffeeZilla did a piece on this character, Colin, and this whole flim flam. And a lot of people, it got a lot of attention. So there are, while we are in this, there are obviously other people involved, and it's become a whole big thing. And it's gone from, at the time that CoffeeZilla investigated him, we could find, well, $4 million. Now it's up to $7 million that Kast Media is in the hole somehow. That money went somewhere.
And reportedly, there was a $2 million debt to Brandon Schaub that Podcast One, as reported by Billboard, Podcast One paid off that debt, covered that debt, and then signed into a separate deal.
So this wouldn't even count that.
This doesn't even count that or any other debts that have already been settled through Podcast One. More to come about that, but not today. Stay tuned. So there's all that money. I do want to say, if you go back and watch that CoffeeZilla video, on video, Colin Thompson's interviewed, and the blame is being shifted to these minimum guarantees. Fans of WCW remember these? These minimum guarantees. Actually, WWE, WCW, there was no minimum. It was just, here's your guarantee.
Yeah.
Minimum guarantees that were given to talent that came from other talent's money to keep things going. Problem is, we're now talking about just $7 million here. Who is the talent that money was supposed to have gone to? Who? Who got the money? Doesn't seem like anyone got that money. We will find out. Another thing, and again, I have the thing here, Colin Thompson petitioning the court. He's been working since 2016 as the CEO of Kast Media. And it's also important to note, and here's another thing we will find out, but I got no problem saying this. As discussed in the CoffeeZilla video, and as we know a little bit more about, Colin's house was put in an LLC in, I believe, Wyoming, set up. The website was from a company that hides assets from bankruptcy. Now, I have Colin's salary here, and I know how much his house is valued at. Did he buy the house outright in cash? Or did he have a mortgage? And if he had a mortgage, did he put down his annual salary of $180,000? Because now I'm very curious how he got that house. But
because you're saying there's no way that any bank would give you a loan or a mortgage on a house of that value with an annual salary of $180,000.
You never know. There's angels everywhere. But you wouldn't think that someone with that salary, and unless his wife is just rolling in dough, someone would be able to buy that house. Again, the asset is hidden for now. We'll see what the trustee thinks about all that. But Kast Media has filed for bankruptcy. We have multiple legal teams working on this. We are the first ones in the fray.
That's right. Is that a big deal like it is on YouTube when you get to be the first commenter? Because we're the first person to, and now we're not the first person to sue Colin Thompson. Apparently,
we haven't sued him yet as of this moment.
I'm saying he's been sued at one point, on and off all of his life from his various employees and everything. But we're the first person to jump in and say, "Excuse us, we're first in line."
We are the first ones actively getting involved with this, but others are about to follow. Some other interesting notes here real quick. Again, this is all public record. According to Kast Media's paperwork, the statements and schedules, assets that they have beyond whatever they're already listing, which includes almost nothing, it seems like. Where'd all those assets go? We will find out. But two things are interesting here. One,
I saw he's got a $400 fax machine. I think I know where he got that from.
One thing here, for anyone that was doubting this when we said it, he has a finder's fee agreement with Courtside Group Incorporated. That'd be Podcast One. So the guy who was in charge of the company that somehow lost all of this money, millions and millions of dollars from all these podcasters, he had an agreement in place for him to be compensated by Podcast One, a finder's fee agreement for any show he pushed over there. Shows got screwed twice. He got enriched twice. That's pathetic. But the other thing here, Jim, of note, is see Schedule A, B, Part 11, Question 74 attachment for legal claims. Causes of action against third parties.
Now, wait a minute. Again, you're just assuming everybody. I'm talking to all the small town bird lawyers out there. He is a claimant. Colin Thompson is a claimant as an asset of his company in his bankruptcy here. We'll list everything you got that's worth something. He is claiming a potential asset is the potential value that he would get from doing what, Brian?
Causes of action against third parties, whether or not a lawsuit has been filed. Defamation case, Theo Vaughn. Defamation case, Jim Cornette. Defamation case, Jason Ellis. Defamation case, CoffeeZilla. There's also a breach of contract in here.
And by the way, this is a legal form, and he put down against CoffeeZilla like that's his Christian name. He gets his goddamn state income tax form fucking delivered to or whatever. How is anybody taking this guy seriously? No, wait a minute. He is, now I agree it would be valuable for him. More people would know who the fuck he was than as ever before in his life if he tried to sue me for defamation. But apparently he's trying to sue all these people, or not trying to. He's saying this is, I could do this and get some money. No, you couldn't. But these are all the people that told everybody on their shows how they had been forsook and misrepresented to and taken away from. And now he is trying to get to some court somewhere, which is going to fucking, if they even investigate this and look at it past face value, we'll laugh him out of there. And he's trying to say that he could get value out of suing us for, Brian, isn't the old saying, the truth is an absolute defense?
It's not just a saying, that's a fact.
Well, that's old sayings are even better than facts because they're true. But it's preposterous that he would expect a legal entity to believe something like that. Even if they don't know who I am, they can check out Theo. He's got friends in high places.
It's even crazier because Theo's a creditor for $450,000 plus.
Yeah, he's trying to. He thinks he wants to sue for defamation all the people he owes hundreds of thousands of dollars to.
And he's telling the other creditors, I'm going to sue these other creditors maybe to get you your money. So it's crazy. But you want to talk what a real defamation case would be? It would be going for a CoffeeZilla interview and saying that you hid your assets because of Brian Last and Jim Cornette talking about you, even though that's chronologically impossible. Even though you did that before a single word was uttered, before your name was ever said publicly. That's defamation, because that's provable. That's provable. That was clearly false. He clearly lied, and that's provable. It's on video. So that's actually how defamation works. Defamation is not telling the truth publicly. And remember, when the editor of Podcast News, James Cridlin, I believe is his name, when this all first broke and he emailed Colin for comment, Colin's response was to send him a link to an article on U.S. defamation law. And when he asked, "Are you threatening me?" Colin's response was something along the lines of, "Oh no, I was just looking myself. Didn't know." So this little bug wants to intimidate people and try to scare people. You know, this is his second bankruptcy attorney, because the first one that he named in his emails last May is no longer on the case, apparently. But he has a very, very talented attorney. We've heard nothing but good things about her. But it's not about the attorney sometimes, it's about the client. And it's about the case. And this is going to probably get really, really messy, even if we did nothing, just from everyone else. But this is going to get messy, and I think the victims of Kast Media, to the best of all abilities, need to be repaid what was stolen from them. Assets need to be liquidated, potentially clawed back, so that they can be liquidated, so that the victims can be made somewhat close to whole. And I think there need to be real penalties. The thing that we need more than anything, because the money's gone. He blew the money. Wherever it is, it's gone. We got to make sure he can't do this again. His goal, and again, we heard reports a few months ago, he was operating already under the name of another entity. His goal is to just push away all this debt, all the money that he misappropriated, the man who ran the books, and just bounce on to the next thing. But we've heard from people, they've emailed us, that have interviewed with him. Make sure if you see him out there, you remember who this guy is and what he did and what he's still trying to do. He sent to CoffeeZilla some note about how his mentor, how old do you have to be before you stop talking about your mentors? His mentor told him it's not about what you've done, it's about how you live your life every day and be better. You're still the same guy you were a year ago.
Well, CoffeeZilla just did a piece on laughing at the same thing we're laughing about because he named CoffeeZilla in there, and he did a video laughing at the guy for further calling attention to himself in front of his audience for being a buffoon, for anybody thinking that he could possibly sue him for defamation. And so he just keeps bringing more attention on himself with these outlandish misrepresentations, Mama Cornette used to say, trying to rob Peter to pay Paul somehow. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to editorialize
and
there.
that's it, and we'll see where this goes. You know, it's public record, so we'll say it. He's now claiming he owes us $250,000. He's claiming he owes us a little more than $250,000. That's about $100,000 more than he was claiming last summer. And now he's also claiming,
but we still haven't seen the actual
we haven't seen any accounting
verify either one of those.
Because according to his own forms here that I'm looking at right in front of me, he says that the money owed to us is only from 2023. That seems to be a bit questionable. We also need full accounting for several years, so there'll be more about this. This segment has been cleared legally if you're hearing it, and we'll talk with our counsel, the multiple members of our council, as we go forward to see what we could talk about. But it's a very public case. Feel free to pay attention, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, here's another weaselly type of business transaction that's going on in the world today, Brian. And being as how you once again are the financial, you're the Farberware. Who was it? Faber? Which guy? Faber. Well, do me a favor and act like Faber on CNN and explain to me what the fuck Vince McMahon is doing with $1.2 billion in cash.
I cannot tell you that. I have no idea what he's doing with it. He's a dirty old pervert. Maybe he's fucking it. I really have no idea what he's doing.
I mean, what's he get? But no, here's the
Scrooge McDuck style.
There you go, the money bin. He's diving off the low board. Okay, you know those goddamn Gold Krugerrands, they fucking hurt. But here's the thing, for those of you who may not be following, and I hope somebody is following Vince, keep track of where he's at. But when they sold the company, Vince got, I don't even have the amounts in front of me. It's ridiculous, but it doesn't matter. They're so big, you can't put your head around it. But Vince got a bunch of money when they sold the company, and he also got a bunch of stock. And then he sold a bunch of stock. And then just recently, he sold a bunch more. This last few days here, we find out over the past month or so, he sold. But this is amounting to millions and millions of shares, and they've added it up with all of the bonuses he's gotten. He had to pay a penalty, Brian. Did you hear about this? It cost him like, I don't know, $10 or $15 million because he had to resign from the board of directors or whatever he resigned from. Son of a bitch, he lost that 15. That's like giving a guy a fucking tip for a burger at this point. But he has collected in the last, year? Maybe not even a year, maybe the last 6-8 months, $1.2 billion in cash. Now, I'm not saying that they fucking had it in a goddamn rental truck and, tens and 20s non-sequential serial numbers wrapped in rubber bands. I'm saying that he has transferred stocks of a company that were worth money on paper in exchange for actual currency to go somewhere and reside in his portfolio in some fashion. Is that a fair statement?
Maybe he's going to start a wrestling lawsuit federation.
Well, no, what is he? Is it a $1.2 billion IRA? What is he? He hasn't bought. We would hear about it. I think I said this a few months ago. The last time he got like $500 million fucking dollars. You would hear about it if Vince McMahon bought a significant stake in any kind of company, one would think, right? Or any kind of enterprise would make some news with hundreds of millions of dollars. It's not like he's buying a fucking Pep Boys franchise in Des Moines. And at the same time, also, what the fuck? Who would you call, say, hey, I got $1.2 billion. I want to just put in a variety of investments and things, but, break it up to where there's not more than fucking 10 million in one place. Is he buying a private island? Help me. What could this?
I have no help for you. I don't know what he could be doing.
It's frustrifying me now. Because
maybe it's for estate planning. Maybe he's just moving all the cash into something to take care of his grandkids.
Fuck. I guess is that like a goddamn, I'm sorry, your grandfather will forever be known as a fucking rampant head shitter.
I'm sorry that my name will be attached to you forever. Here's a couple $100 million.
Yeah. But is it common when you hear about there's all these billionaires in the world? They own buildings, they own property, they own stock, they own this, they own that. But is it common for even a billionaire to have received in that short a period of time just like $1 billion in money transferred to them to do with as they will? Is this a thing that goes on in some people's fucking worlds?
A lot of the billionaires, if not most of the billionaires you hear about, if not all of the billionaires you hear about, they're not liquid billionaires. They're billionaires on paper.
Well, yeah.
Because they haven't liquidated their assets, but the assets alone make them have that valuation. How many of them are just sitting on $1 billion in cash? And again, we don't know if Vince has made some investments or done anything else. That's extraordinary. And he's not even done. He still has more money in the company.
Oh, yeah, he still got several million shares for, 100 million, whatever the fuck it is. But that's what I'm saying. Is it even common for a billionaire to liquidate their positions in a course of 6 or 8 months of over $1 billion just that quick? And when it's not like they're setting up the Vince McMahon Foundation, boy, wouldn't that be a fucking pill to swallow?
Well, that's the other thing, too. If he spent all of his time and all of his life in WWE, and that was all he cared about, all he was obsessed with, he didn't see movies, he had no idea what was happening in pop culture after a certain point, it was all his own business. Has he ever invested, in serious real estate? He's got the money to do a lot of things that he's never had the time to do if he really wanted to. If he really wanted to lose himself in something other than wrestling, and you got a few $1 billion to play with, you could do some interesting things.
Well, you know what? That's a good question, because before the big stock, explosion, right? When he was just a regular old private company, the Attitude Era, before all that happened. Well, no, in the Attitude Era, before all the stock happened, is what I'm saying. They were making it. He had the big house in Greenwich that he'd had. He had the big house in Florida that from what I understand, was an incredible place. And he went there maybe for 2 weeks, maybe not that long at Christmas, and took his work with him. And otherwise, he was never there. It was worth $10 million or whatever. And he had everything in those houses and any car that he wanted or whatever, but he owned the WWF. The other outside business ventures you would hear about in those days, the bodybuilding, the Ica Pro, all that, was it not just stuff that he started?
Yeah, none of those are investments. Those are actual projects he's doing and funding.
Yeah, so I don't remember, now that you come up with it, him having all of that money, even that he had at the time. And, I'm sure he had some investments or whatever. I never asked him about his shit, but he didn't have any interest in any other business. And then, since the stock explosion and he became a literal billionaire, again, I guess the WWE as a company has invested in other things. But then until he did the football deal, again, I'd like to know where that $1 billion fucking dollars is. He got an island scoped out where he can just say, well, fuck all y'all. I did whatever the fuck I want to do, and I'm taking my private plane over here, and goddamn, it's not flying back. So I can leave, but
Yeah.
I'll shoot you down if you try to land.
I don't read the news, but surely no pervert bought an island for himself. I'll be the first.
That's what I've seen. Fuck.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
It'll be me and Bruce and the birds.
Oh, and I don't think Bruce at this part of his life with his, overweight issues and everything needs to be in a goddamn deserted desert island there out in the South Pacific. He needs to be, in civilization where people can monitor him.
I see Vince sitting in a big chair, Bruce standing next to him with like giant feathers, just fanning him down. Yes, Sire. Yes.
But I think there ought to be some kind of, well, I guess there already is technically an investigation into what Vince is doing just with $1 billion at this point, but with all the other investigations, maybe they'll find that out as a little sidelight. Can he be somehow secretly donating this to cleanse his soul in a private way? It's all going to charities in small pieces so as not to be noticed.
Not that it's going to be $1 billion, but obviously if not, I'm sure it's already started, but he's going to be spending a ton of money on legal expenses the next few years. Like a ton of money, a federal case.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Is he preparing to just if you had $1.2 billion in actual cash, like Granny called up Milburn Drysdale and said, "Get my money in a wheelbarrow. I'm going back to the hills." Could you load that in a 727 or whatever the fuck that he might be able to fly to his island? And he's got his money in cash. And he's got a fucking island. And
you keep going back to him getting an island. Do you know something?
No.
Is there something you want to say?
Well, because I've been trying to crack this fucking conundrum here, you conundrum motherfucker. And I've come to the conclusion that if I'm 78 years old, I've done everything he's done. I've got over $1 billion in cash, and I've got the choice of either dealing with lawyers or being tied up in court for the rest of my life because I'm fucking 78. Or just goddamn going to the McMahon Island, Titan Island, and flying the plane there with the $1 billion in the fucking cargo hold and not coming back. I think that's what I'm doing. I think he might be the goddamn biggest flight risk in the history of goddamn flight risks. Because he could go anywhere, do anything. You cannot mean to tell me, Brian Lass, and I will quit beating this thing to death, but you cannot mean to tell me that if a person has access to over $1 billion in liquid funds, that I don't care what they're wanted for on this planet where, that they could be somewhere just fine for the reasonable amount of time that he should have left based on his fucking age right now.
Wait, what? What's the question?
If you have over $1 billion, you can go anywhere in the world, and you can be fine, and nobody can touch you or fuck with you legally. You can be wanted for anything. No. If you got $1 billion fucking dollars, there's somewhere in the world you can go.
Where?
And measures you can take. Well, it depends on if you're Osama bin Laden, they may want you a little goddamn more urgently. But there's plenty of countries or private islands or whatever that don't have goddamn extradition. Maybe he'll create his own goddamn undersea fucking dome in international waters with $1 billion fucking dollars and live like Shark Boy in a fucking tank under the. I don't know, but you got $1 billion. You ain't going to fucking jail if you're 78. You can go somewhere and be just fine for the time you got left with $1 billion. If you have to buy the government,
he's gonna go to Casablanca.
There you go. What is the goddamn, some banana republic? What's the cost of their goddamn gross national product?
Hello, Russell Simmons. This is Vince McMahon. I'm looking for real estate advice.
Well, if you take $500 million to some foreign small government and say, just give me the nicest place you got and just patrol the fucking skies every once in a while, make sure nobody comes in a helicopter and...
Could you see Vince buying a third world country just to be a leader?
Yes.
Just to be the king?
Yes. If I mean, is there like a realtor.com for third world countries? Can you find out what would a serious offer would be for a country? Or would we have to come back after we do research?
We need I don't think there's a realtor.com for, unless you mean National Geographic. I don't think there's a realtor.com for third world countries.
Well, okay, well maybe because we've got a cultured and widely varied audience. If somebody can do the work or knows the information, if you go to a country on earth, well, let me phrase it like this. How many countries are there on earth where if you went to them with $1 billion, they'd let you do whatever the fuck you want, wherever the fuck you want to do it? That's what I want to know.
Where's Linda?
I think she doesn't need the $1 billion. Nobody's goddamn looking for her. Nobody's chasing her. She can be perfectly fine with her 100 million or whatever down there, right?
Is this why Vince keeps changing his face? To go on the run.
It could, well, but I'll tell you what, by the time he gets finished, they're going to be tackling Wayne Newton on the streets of Las Vegas. Hey, we've got him now. Stay down, McMahon. It's me. It's me. It's Wayne. I think he's going for confusing similarity. Nevertheless, point being, we need to keep an eye on this because I want to know what.
We need to keep an eye on this one. This is the one for sure.
Hey, I'm going to be the one. Now it's somewhere down the line when something happens with that $1 billion that everybody goes, Cornette knew that something was afoot. Because Vince McMahon follows the beat of his own drummer and marches to the sound of his own farts and all of those old similes that you've heard from your mother and father when you were knee-high to a grasshopper. And you know how you can do the same thing, folks? And Brian, you too, if you're still involved in this.
I'm still involved, but I don't know, no.
You can listen through to anything you want to listen to, including the fucking words in your own mind from the Raycon wireless earbuds. That's what you can do. Because the Raycons are offering amazing quality audio at half the price of the other premium audio brands. I'll tell you what, here's a test that you could take. It's a very easy test to show the audio quality of the Raycons, how that they're clearer and really almost lifelike. What you do is you're walking down the path in a quiet park, right? Right, Brian, a city park somewhere in the middle of the day when the birds are twinkling and chirping, and you can hear the rustle of the leaves, and it's very quiet. It's out in nature, right? You got your Raycon wireless earbuds. Are you following me?
A nice frolic, yeah?
A nice frolic out there, and you see somebody doing the same thing. Just walking down in this quiet park, and what you do is you come up from behind them, and you stick the Raycon wireless earbuds in their ears suddenly, and at the same time, it's playing an Orson Welles spoken fucking word album.
What?
And suddenly they will turn around thinking they're going to see Orson fucking Welles.
This is the worst example you've ever used for anything.
No, because it will sound like Orson Welles is speaking right next to them. Because the audio quality is so lifelike and amazing that you will convince people. Now, you got to sneak up before they see you. You got to stick the fucking earbuds in their ears and then they hear it. Because
don't do any of this.
If they see you coming, well, they're going to know that you're not Orson Welles because you don't look fuck all like him. But otherwise, that's a good test for the amazing audio quality. Or, you know, they've got tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. If you want to go to all the trouble of reading some of those, or you could just in minutes conduct your own test that I just mentioned. But the big deal, Brian, the reason why you can forget they're in your ears, they're so comfortable. And they not only stay put where you want, you can shake your head around, you can bop to the music and rock to the beat and all that type of thing that the kids do. And they won't fall out because of the optimized gel tips. And they're so you forget they're there. And then, you know, sometimes days or weeks go by. And because now eventually the batteries are going to run out. You got 8 hours of playtime, 32-hour battery life, but eventually they're going to run down. If you just listen to them and they run down, you forget to take them out of your ears. Take a shower 3 times a week, maybe, for the next couple weeks. you're going to have a situation there. There's going to be some fungus growing behind these things. So I would suggest that try to write yourself a note you stick on your bathroom window. Take out the Raycons, because after a few weeks, there will be some mold.
Most people remember to take out their earplugs or earbuds or whatever's in their ears when they are done with the task that they have them in for.
Well, I figure, sometimes you're so busy in the course of your nighttime activities getting ready for bed, putting in your nose plugs.
Hey, did you see that video that was recently going around of John Candy as Orson Welles from the Billy Crystal special in 82?
I did not.
Hold on, let me play you some audio. John Candy as Orson Welles.
And here's a bonus, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you all very much.
I don't believe this. This is...
Yes? You're jumping for a reason, young man? Who is that?
That's our director, Mr. Wells.
That is a director?
Yeah.
What? I'm on my mark. Yes, always. Move your camera.
All right. Have you ever heard those tapes of Orson Welles being difficult? That's so fucking great.
Well, anyway,
Raycon!
You can listen to stuff like that.
Ooh, let me stop it.
On the Raycon wireless earbuds, they've got the customizable sound profiles, the earbud tap functions, the noise isolation, the awareness mode. You'll be aware of things you never dreamed of before. If you want to find out if your significant other is cheating on you, buy the Raycon wireless earbuds, stick them in your ears, hit the awareness mode, and instantly you'll know.
If you want
to know.
No, you won't know that way, but if you want to find out, buy the Raycon earbuds, put them in your ears, listen to some soothing music while your private investigator gets all the dirty work done.
Well, or you could just do this the way that the Native Americans did it back in the old days.
What?
They would look at a person's eyes, but see, these Raycons, they boost your optical abilities.
No, so they clearly do not do that. That's the most ridiculous
because they're sending electronic waves into your brain and your head through your ears. So if what you do is, if you want to know the truth, you put the Raycons in and you hit the awareness mode, and then you snatch somebody up around the goozle pipe.
No.
And you look them in the eye.
Oh, come on.
And you say, tell me the truth. And if they lie to you, the Raycons will let you know.
Well, I don't know about all that, but we can let the listeners know where they can get these fine earbuds.
We sure can. If you want to do all that and more, folks, go to BuyRaycon, BuyRaycon, BuyRaycon.com/JCE. You're going to get 20% off your Raycon order and free shipping. That's not just even, if you want to buy 2 sets of buds or 4 sets of buds or 6 sets of buds or $1, whatever you want, 20% off.
This bud's for you.
This bud's for you, folks. And free shipping. A guy named Bud is going to drive up in a truck. It's Bud's Trucking, and he's going to bring these things to you. That's why we're all buds here. So 20% off and free shipping at BuyRaycon.com/JCE. Be able to look a son of a bitch in the eye and tell what he's thinking.
With Raycon.
Them too. All right, well, I guess we ought to get on the official road to WrestleMania, Brian, because we had Smackdown this past Friday night, the March the 29th. It's all leading up to next weekend. We're going to have the big 2-night extravaganza. And so you would, I think, does it feel like everything has already been done? Maybe they'll surprise us Monday night or whatever. But this Smackdown could also have been known as the Stars have Easter weekend off. And they were at the Mohegan Sun Casino in Connecticut, which, nothing against the people in Mohegan Sun, Connecticut, or wherever the fuck that thing is. I've been there. But it's not like they were at the, Philadelphia Spectrum or the Los Angeles Forum or, the Herb Welch Wrestleplex in Dyersburg, Tennessee, or any prestigious place like that. But, the recap, obviously, of last week or not last week, but just the previous Monday on Raw was a central theme through this whole thing. And they had some things happen, but nothing really happened. A few things I think that they didn't intend for to happen, happened. We'll talk about that, or the execution of same or whatever. But does it feel like we're kind of already there unless they pull a wabbit out of their hat on Monday?
Kind of. I'm sure something will happen or something will be added or some kind of extra twist, but no, this was a really boring, bad episode, and at the same time also probably just fine for what their objectives were.
Yeah, as Kevin Sullivan used to say, it was a maintenance show. It just keeps what you've got going on running smoothly. And the Mohegan Sun, what it was WrestleMania 98, right? When we were in Boston, Kane, Tombstone, Pete Rose. I guess it was the first time, or maybe it was the second time. One of the times he did it.
Someone
right?
make a retro Pete Rose figure. Where's that figure? That's the one we need.
But it's got to be upside down with Glenn Jacobs' legs around his neck. But the point is, I'm pretty dadgum sure that it was the WrestleMania in Boston where Pete Rose got tombstoned by Kane one of those times, because I remember that it's not that far down the road, as they say, a piece up in the Yankee land, to the casino there at the Mohegan Sun. And what I was told, and I was part of the office infrastructure at the time, was they paid him $10,000 and he asked for it in cash, and he had a car waiting to take him to the casino as soon as he got dropped on his head and carried out.
It was definitely Boston, because he started immediately making jokes about the Red Sox and about Bill Buckner and everything. It was actually it was really well done. And then he returned, I think, one year dressed as a chicken. Right? Was he the San Diego? Was he the gobbledygook or the San Diego chicken? Now, it couldn't have been the San Diego chicken. It must have been something.
It was something, or he wanted another $10,000 for another tombstone is what he wanted. So, but he was dressed in some fashion. Anyway, I wish we had Pete Rose on this show. At least we would have seen some stars. No, I exaggerate slightly, because Randy Orton and Kevin Owens was in the opening tag team match, but they were against Purely Dreary, I don't know what their names are. I don't care. I can't watch it. But the finish of the thing was the best part of it, because Logan Paul came in behind the referee's back and knocked out Owens with the brass knuckles, and then dropped and rolled out of the ring and rolled under the ring to hide. And the goofy team pins Kevin 1, 2, 3. And then they leave or they roll out, and the fans are telling Orton, because Orton turns around and they think he's going to turn on Owens, because he looks at him laying there. He's like, what the fuck? How did you lose these two motherfuckers? Right? And then the fans are, no, it was Logan Paul. He's out of the ring. And Orton does the slow fucking burn, right, of realizing what the fuck. And then he points down, and then he steps out slowly so he doesn't make noise. And he flips the fucking apron skirt up, and there's Logan Paul. And then he pulls him out, and he's beating the fuck out of him when the heels come back and allow Logan Paul to get away. And then Orton RKO's one, and Owen stunners the other one, and Logan Paul runs to the back and with Orton on his heels, and steals a sports car and escapes. So I like the finish. I don't know what they think in this day and age, and with the tone they're taking with the shit that's on top and drawing money, why do they think that people are liking these two tag team individuals, or anything about them, or how they're presented, or what the fuck is going on?
I don't know. It's not for me. WWE's tag team division isn't for me. They never do right by it. But they got to win here. There's a story there. I marked out for the, whatever you want to call it, the simple old school tactic of Randy Orton pointing to different sides of the ring for the crowd to tell him where Logan Paul is.
Yes.
Everyone turned into everyone turned into a believer at that point. He's here. He's here.
Yeah. It's on this side. It's this side.
And Logan Paul's amazing. Watch the way he was taking the punches and the way he was getting thrown around by Randy Orton. Watch his face, his body movements. I'm not you, but even I could recognize it.
Yeah.
He's amazing at this.
So that was a good part. But now, unfortunately, they may be putting a warrant out for him for whose ever car that was.
Okada's.
We will find out.
It was a red car. It was Okada's.
Now do you know, we made fun of the fact that what we thought was a fact. Here's a correction, folks. We made fun that they had Okada. His sole contribution to their TV show was standing in the back watching the monitor of the Young Bucks match, right? The other night on TV and nodding. That's all he did. I said, they gave him $50,000. Show up and do that. If you prorate a couple $1 million a year versus whatever the fuck, right? Come to find out, Brian, they didn't even do that. They pre-taped it the previous week. He was home in Japan. He got his fucking weekly check that said home in Japan. And they played a tape, a pre-recorded nodding of him watching a match that hadn't happened yet.
There were a few things on that episode of Dynamite that looked like they were taped probably the week before, and it turned out they were all taped the week before. No one was at that show.
Including the fans. But anyway, we're in SmackDown. And did you see the deal where Io Sky did a promo in the back where they were lit up for the sit-down interview and she got the subtitles? And that whole thing finishes up, and then Bayley comes in and just wrecks the whole set and
it was good.
Knocks the lights over. They're trying. It was more chaotic. They're shooting it in a more, fucking stressful fashion. You know what I'm trying to say, where it's not just like, oh, we just stand here and just close up on this without even worrying. The cameraman's not worried he's going to get hurt. There's shit moving around. And so they're trying. Now the problem is, has the horse left the barn? Is it so overdone that the guys and girls and everybody but fucking midgets, getting a fight backstage multiple times per show, that even if you shoot it better and make it look more organic, as they say, are people numb to it at this point much more than they should be?
I don't know if anyone's numb to it. I think the fans there take the Bayley, and Damage Control has been treated seriously for a while. Io Sky's good in the ring. Not that that matters to everyone, but she's good. This was well done. You can't really poke too many holes in how this was done.
I'm not saying it wasn't well done. I'm saying it's a shame sometimes when some of these things in either company comes along that are well done, or they finally try to put a little more thought into it, a little more oomph in the production, and it's just that it's been done so much it does not have the impact that it once did on anybody's part. And then after the fucking Rock just took Cody out in the parking lot, just whooped him like a goddamn government mule into a bloody pulp on Monday, and then the backstage fight with the girls, it's a constant thing. I'm just calling attention to it.
Can we talk about that for a second? I've actually seen some feedback. A lot of people hate the fact that I critique anything about The Rock, so even when I say good things about him, they're still like, why is Brian such a hater?
Well, hey, you gave him 3 or 4 chances to bring your dog back.
That's exactly right, and he didn't. He killed my dog. Actually, gave it away to someone else as a charitable act, and he filmed himself doing it. But anyway, even when I say good things about The Rock, people are like, you hate him and everything. The last review they got on YouTube, I saw some of the comments. You said, why didn't anyone come out to save Cody? Why did it go on so long? They're saying it's obvious. He's the final boss. He's in charge. Who's going to come out there and stop him if he's the boss?
Look at here. What I'm saying is, when I say, why didn't anybody try to stop it? It doesn't just have to be the wrestlers. Couldn't it be any fucking bystanding person on the security or the building staff? Would the fucking building staff be on the walkie-talkie talking to the manager? Hey, there's some shit going on in the parking lot. Just give some element of some chaos rather than... And I like what The Rock did with the clip he put out on Instagram, since we've taken a side turn here, where after and they played it here on the program later on, but not in its entirety like Rock put it up. But where the fucking production assistant or whoever is, go clear, we're off the air. Well, fuck, you're off the air. The problem is they showed that there were still photographers. There were multiple camera people. There were people standing around.
Yeah, everyone was there.
And you would, at some points, if it was as legitimately violent as you're trying to portray it to be, wouldn't one or two grown adult men try to say, yeah, this is going too far, and you ain't get shoved down or anything, but everybody's just standing around letting it happen. And then the guy says, clear. Well, Rock says, well, fuck, you're clear, and hits him some more. But that just shows that the people standing around it weren't taking it as seriously as it may have been intended, doesn't it? Am I overthinking this?
Maybe. I mean, again, people really resisted what you said, and I agree.
They said, well, they said that, well, The Rock is their boss, the final boss. But goddamn, when you professional football teams try to hold each other when you're fighting a guy from another team, the guy on the same team, they're trying to fucking separate it, break it up. It's going too far. That type of thing. You see what I'm saying? You can only have a certain level of belief in or sympathy for a vicious beatdown if there's some people or some entity or somebody trying to stop it when it goes too far. But when you see a bunch of people standing around just looking, even if the goddamn cameraman, that's kind of accepted. But when you see a group of people and they're, we're just scared to step in, and no wrestlers coming out to save the day, and no office representative or building staff or anybody, get somebody go screaming, stop it, you fucking morons, you're crazy. It's one of my picadillos. I like a chaotic scene.
How much heat is The Rock going to get when he does something to knock down or beat up Triple H? Because everyone knows Triple H has a medical condition.
Oh, and he needs to, you know what? Rock needs to prep for his confrontation with Triple H that eventually happens by fucking training for the heart punch, just like Stan Stasiak or Ox Baker.
You know what? He could pull it off. He could pull that off. He really could.
It wouldn't be worse than a people's elbow. But anyway.
You hate The Rock. You're awful. How dare you criticize the people's elbow?
If you knew what that he did to Brian's dog, then you would not. I'm telling you, he
fucked the dog, didn't he? He likes to fuck dogs. Are you saying?
No,
saying, Jim Cornette, that The Rock likes to fuck dogs?
No, I'm saying that he had him in the poi pot. He had him in the poi pot over there. Dog thought he heard the word potty, but he heard poi pot, and
because someone's gonna have to confront The Rock. Someone has to be the one. He's the final boss in terms of being a heel, but in terms of the company, there has to be some sort of on-screen representation that dresses him down or takes him down. Triple H can't wrestle, and I'm going to assume that's true, because there's no reason not to. He has to be involved in it because of the natural thing with him and The Rock, but someone has to be there to take him down a notch so that he can't run wild on the show. The Cody incident should be the thing that prompts it.
Well, we don't know what's going to go on at WrestleMania. I don't know that it's time to confront him yet. Because, see, that's the thing. If Triple H was to come out and confront him on behalf of the WWE as a corporation before WrestleMania, that might, in my mind, remove some people's doubt that Cody may be going into a dangerous, treacherous situation. Well, after WrestleMania, if Rock does something heinous on Saturday night, which we would assume, hopefully he will, then whatever happens on Sunday, one would think that maybe it might be time to address it then, or maybe they don't want to rush that because they got other fish to fry. But sooner or later, Rock and Triple H in the ring, promo battle, two different opposing authority figures has to happen. They can't not do that.
It's amazing we're talking about all this. Again, Roman Reigns, a non-entity in the conversation, barely around. You got to wonder what his future is in terms of how he's going to be used and what they're going to do. Are they going to right away do an injury angle and he's out because someone turns on him? Or?
No. I got a feeling that if we realize that all of a sudden he's in the back seat, they do too, and I have a feeling that they at least believe that what they're going to do over the next couple of weeks will put him back in a driver's seat or in a more prominent position. It's all part of the plan, Smithers. And now, If we're still saying this in about 3 weeks, then they got a problem.
You know, I just had a crazy thought, and then we'll end this and go back to SmackDown, which we've conveniently left.
Yes.
If The Rock was going crazy in the ring, and the Bloodline's with him, you know, Cody and Rollins are down, Jey Uso's down. Like I said before, Triple H is down. They're running wild. What if all of a sudden the glass breaks? And out comes Steve Austin to confront The Rock? Would that work?
He
looked good in there with Owens a few years. I know he can't work a regular match or a long match or anything. He worked a gimmick match, but he didn't look like an old man or anything. He looked like Steve Austin.
It would work as far as a pop. It would work as far as people would lose their minds. But The Rock right now, even though he's The Rock, he's managed to insert himself in this thing where somehow he feels still kind of, we're talking about The Rock wrestling and nobody's like, oh, that broken down old Rock, or he's been whatever, he's contemporary. If we throw another legend of any, no matter how good they look, or even if they were going to be, if you throw another legend into the mix, then it becomes more about the legends. He's mixing in with these guys, and it's a brand new run. I think it would give it a different feel if Austin or anybody, and Triple H is the exception, being a legend, because he's not confronting him in a legend wrestler's position. He's confronting him as an executive. But I think Rock's got to be the only a member of the Over the Hill gang in this fucking equation, don't you?
I mean, you would think, yeah. But I'm trying to also think who's at that level who could stop The Rock. In character, in storyline. And Endeavor has money to throw around, and we're trying to make this thing bigger and bigger and bigger and break more and more records.
Well, but...
and you have to work the WWE champion schedule. One match every 6 months.
Well,
maybe.
they've got 2 more matches that they have to have, or they're leaving big fucking... Well, I say big pay-per-view money, but they're leaving big matches on the table if they don't have Cody versus The Rock one-on-one, and if they don't eventually have Rock and Roman. And if you get those, plus this weekend out of The Rock's in-ring career, at this point, I think you're farting through silk.
And then you look a little bit down the line, when Punk comes back, you got to go with Punk Rollins, you got to go with Punk McIntyre. Punk Cody is still a thing.
Yeah.
And you don't even have to go there right away.
And Punk Roman.
Cody Gunther.
Well, now you've just...
I'm now just throwing main eventers into the mix of what it's going to be. All right.
Fucking goddamn Lawler and Idol. Just anybody. Whatever. We're just blurting names out.
All right, well, let's blurt back to SmackDown.
All right, well, speaking of blurting names out, the newest superstar signing Nick Aldis introduced on SmackDown, Jade Cargill.
Jade.
Made her debut as a SmackDown superstar. And, well, we know she's a babyface. She came out signing small children's posters. She looks great. They've already given her an entrance and a lighting look and the whole production and blah, blah, blah. She's being produced for the first time. And honestly, all she really did here was recite a short, memorized promo with very little inflection, but she didn't screw it up and it wasn't too long. And she's got a tagline, "The storm is here," because she's the storm. And she got out. And she looks like I can't say looks like $1 million. That's chump change these days. She looked like a lot of money. And didn't do anything. At this point, she looks so good as long as they can make sure she doesn't do anything where her actions diminish her look. She's golden, right?
It was weird when she said, "Cut the shit, Tony."
And, oh, come on now.
What do you think of her being brought in as a babyface, seemingly, at least initially, and You know, you never know if she turns on someone in this big 6-man match coming up, but what do you think of the idea that brought her in? We've only seen her as a heel, even though at times she celebrated with her family and had a big entrance and hot women around her. She's been a heel. What do you think of bringing her in as a babyface?
Well, I think they probably figured, why the fuck did they present this girl as a heel when they never wanted her to lose and they wanted her to be the... I think they probably said, let's try to get away from what she's done previously. She's influenced by the... oh, goddamn, it's a new X-Men person.
Storm.
See, I was back at
a new X-Men person. How new is new?
Well, the Beast, the Iceman, Cyclops, goddamn, the telekinetic girl. It's been a long time, but anyway.
Storm debuted in Giant Size X-Men #1.
See, there you go. That was what, 1975?
75. Isn't that in your zone? The end of your zone?
That was right. That was the end of my zone. Right there. They changed everything. I was morphing out. I was more into the rest. Anyway, the point is she's a superhero. She looks great. She's not, she's obviously not, and shouldn't have the burden of expecting her to be ready to lead in the ring as a heel. They probably have aligned her with their other baby faces, so some of the heels that are more experienced can lead her in the ring. We go ahead and talk about the angle they do at the end of the show here, since it's the only really thing that connects these two incidents was Jane being involved.
Jade.
But this is the point is they're producing her. And if she's a girl's superhero and she's got heels to work with that can lead her in the ring and she's got this look and they've done the entrance, they're not going to rush it, I don't think. And they're going to try not to put her in positions she's not ready for. And just skipping ahead chronologically, the main event of the program was Bianca versus Dakota. And Bianca hit her with her finish, 1, 2, 3. But then here comes Carrie and Oscar, and they jump Bianca. And Naomi saved it. I swear, did you watch this, Brian?
I did. This was the main event.
Well, when Naomi saved, were you able to count the punches that she threw when she jumped on one of the girls and windmilled her and then jumped on the other girl and windmilled her? And did you see that if there were 87 of them, out of the 87, 83 at least were either her hitting her own hand over and over or just having a spasm where she was just punching thin air 2 feet from the girl's head?
Well, most boxing matches, the boxer doesn't hit 100% of the time.
Not when you've got one hand tied up in the opponent's hair and she's stationary. The head wasn't moving. She was just swinging like she was fucking swatting gnats off from around her head. Anyway.
They should have had her glowing in the dark while this happened. It would have looked better.
Well, I wish it had been dark where I couldn't have seen this whole thing. But then they stopped Naomi and they got more heat. And then they played Jane's music.
Jade.
And she walked out slowly and purposely in a completely different outfit that she'd worn to do the interview. So she got dressed up to do a fucking run-in that she allegedly didn't know was going to happen. But they did the perfect thing with her. She rolls in the ring and hits 3 carefully orchestrated moves and lays out all 3 of the heels. Front kick and a fucking ding-dong and a flip-flop, whatever they call those things. And she's standing there. She didn't break a sweat, and they're bailing. And she's standing there with the baby faces, and they go off the air. They're producing her. They're not leaving her to go out there and do a bunch of shit, make it up on her own she don't know how to do, as was the case with the previous program. So that's what's going on with Jane.
Jade. And yes, that is what's going on with her. And again, debuting her as a babyface. And I like this segment. Damage Control are good. I have to say, as heels, they're really good. I like them a lot. I like those heels. I like those heels. What a weird statement. But that was the end of the show. Was that everything on the show? Or did you just skip over a bunch of stuff?
I skipped ahead because I wanted to keep the girls' affairs in order there. I'd hate to see somebody lose track of it. But I want to talk about for a second the Street Profits against Theory and Waller. And everybody knows I like Theory's work. I like to watch him work just because he gets the little things that a lot of the youngsters his age don't do well. He's very athletic. But then now, lately, to watch him work, I have to watch Waller, and nothing's worth that. So I was going to skip ahead of this, but I got to call attention to something at the start and something at the finish. Because the Street Profits are the guys that Lashley has taken under his wing, right? And what's the girl's name? Kayfabe?
B-Fab.
B-Fabe.
B-Fab.
Well, you do and you'll clean it up. But so Lashley's a big star, right? And he's supposed to make these guys big stars. So this is what they presented here. First of all, nobody knows how to be a babyface anymore. Montez Ford is very athletic, right? Does all the flips and things. Very, very precise, very athletic. He does the deal where when the match starts, the bell rings, he grabs the top rope and does a standing front flip over the top into the ring and sticks it perfectly on the landing. Boom! It looked cool as shit. And then Waller kicked him in the gut and grabbed a headlock on him. First move of the match, the babyface does a fancy move to jump in the ring, and the heel makes him look like a dipshit. What the fuck? Can you see if the bell rings for the Rock and Roll Express to start their match, and Robert Gibson jumps over the top rope with enthusiasm to start the match, and the fucking heel just fucking clotheslines him right in the face. Anyway, so we go to the finish, and did you watch this or even pay attention to this tomfoolery?
A little bit of attention to it. The Street Profits, unfortunately, since they've gotten put with Lashley, have been treated worse than they were beforehand, so
yes,
it's hard to really watch this stuff.
Well, in the finish, just to make sure that everybody keeps track of where this thing's going, old Dawkins powerbombed Theory, and then Ford was going to go to the top and come off the top, right? Well, then suddenly on the screen, there's a video shot of the Street Profits locker room where there's Lashley and Bayfabe completely laid out in the middle of a bunch of wreckage, and fucking Cross, what's his name? Scarlett's husband. Karrion Kross are standing there drinking champagne and cutting a promo, and everything in the ring stopped. The guy on the top rope perched there stopped. And Dawkins on the floor stopped, but also the opponent stopped too. So then once the video is over with, Dawkins like waves at Ford like, I'm going to stagger back here and see what I can find out. You just keep fighting these two fucking guys. I don't know what the fuck that was all about. And then Ford, who was on the top rope, goes to splash Theory, who had been laying there for, I put the stopwatch on it, 45 seconds since the last time anybody touched him. He was in a medically induced coma, apparently. But when Ford came off, Theory raised his knees and Ford landed on him, and Theory covered 1, 2, 3. So Theory was playing possum, but that requires you to believe that Montez Ford would think that this motherfucker was going to lay there immobile and unconscious for 45 fucking seconds while they watch television. But that ain't all. Because then the dreaded team AOP, and no, they are not slim, sassy, sexy Congress people from the Northeast. They are two fat guys from the Indies. And they hit the ring and got some of the most awkward indie-level fat guy heat on the Street Profits that I've ever seen. And meanwhile, Cross and Scarlett come to the ring with poor Paul Ellering trailing behind him going, why am I here? What the fuck is going on? And they are going to stand over the baby faces when here comes Lashley staggering in with his clothes kind of ripped from the beating he's taken. And he rolls in and they get on him, and the heat on him is even worse than the heat they tried to get on the other fucking guys. And then the authors of the fat fucking cookbook held him up while Cross came from behind and knocked him out with one lousy looking forearm. Whereupon Bobby Lashley, the only star in this goddamn ring, is laying there with his face in the fucking ground while all the heels pose unnaturally in an awkward manner over the top of his fucking carcass. I didn't like this. Why would they do this?
I don't know. I don't know why Paul Ellering's there. I mean, he's not even doing promos or anything. He just every now and then walks out. Is he really managing them like he managed the Road Warriors?
It doesn't seem so, but it'd be nice to hear from him every once in a while to find out. But at this point, what is he going to say? Well, these guys, they all suck. Hear that? Hear that? That's the cops coming to get me now.
I don't hear
my opinions. It's the opinion police.
I don't hear anything. Are there sirens in the background?
Oh, your fucking super goddamn hearing now can't hear these sirens come. I live down the road from the fire department.
I hear you. You're yelling at me.
Well, keep it that way.
Hey, it's becoming too standardized, though, like on SmackDown specifically, large factions with a girl on the stable.
Yes.
Like, B-Fab's with them, and Scarlett's with them, and Zelina's with them, and Carmen Electra, what's her name?
Carmen Electra is with
the other ones.
The other fellows.
The other group. And then, Rhea obviously is a superstar, but she's with them. It's like for every 3 men, there's 1 woman.
Well, because a lot of people would say it only takes 1 woman to do the work of 3 men. See? So there you go.
Are you kissing the women's ass again?
Hey, what I do with these women is none of your business, you pervert.
These women.
these various women around the area. Anyway, at 9 o'clock, the 9 o'clock hour, the jig was up at the 9 o'clock hour. On SmackDown, Pablo Escobar and the Lucha Heels came out and did a promo, and then Dominic Mysterio came out and responded to the promo, and then Rey Mysterio and the Lucha Babyfaces came out and responded to the promo, and then Dragon Lee came out as a result of the promo, and at that point I counted 11 people in the fucking ring. And it's just there's not a lot of laser focus on this deal with these warring factions, but as you mentioned, you gotta have a girl. It's a man's world.
Oh, no, please don't. Come on.
It's a man's world, but it wouldn't be nothing.
And you don't sing like one. And you don't sing like one.
Jump back. Let me kiss myself.
Yeah, why don't you try that right now? What I was going to say is something. Oh, you didn't really say it. They introduced Dragon Lee as the new member of the LWO, and he's going to be Rey's partner at WrestleMania in the tag match against Dominic and Escobar.
Yeah.
And the entire time I'm watching, I'm like, Carlito must be like, what did I sign up for? I'm doing nothing.
Yeah,
I'm the biggest one in here.
I'd like to see him interact with anybody that's not in this group at this point. But he's got the wrong father, apparently. We're working with the Mysterio line. But yes, the rest, I don't care. But it's because they're all just they're I can't keep track of is the LWO the baby faces or the heels?
They're the baby faces. They have merch.
Well, but then the other is the La Fantasmagoria.
It's Legado that Del, is it Del or De? Del Fantasma. I think it's Del.
I don't know him. I knew Del Wilkes.
Del Shannon?
But Del Shannon, and we'll run away from this topic because basically how this ended was Zelina slapped Carmen Electra in the face, and all the guys got in a big fight, and the baby faces won the fight. And then I swear to you, Bianca and Naomi gave each other a pep talk in the back, jumping up and down while they were holding hands. This goddamn pussy-ass wrestling. Then we had Tyler Bate and Pete Dunne against 2 of the Lucha heels that just got beat up. And then, where have I heard the name? Why have I heard the name? Has he been at a wrestling show before? Meek Mill is going to be at WrestleMania. Did he do something here before? And I said, who the fuck is Meek Mill? And you told me?
I don't remember talking to you about him ever. He's a rapper. He'll be performing some of his wonderful music at the, is it WrestleMania? I forgot what you said. WrestleMania?
Yes, he's done something else. He's done something else with him because I've heard that name. And I don't know why I would have heard the name of a rapper unless he's done something with one of these wrestling companies.
Well, hold on.
Meek Mill.
Let's see if,
Pepper Mill's fucking cousin.
Meek Mill, let's see if he's been in the news for anything recently.
Sounds a very mousy fellow. Meek.
Meek Mill, 1 month ago, Meek Mill vehemently denies being gay after Diddy lawsuit rumors.
Wait, happened?
That's from TMZ.
Wait a minute. Who? Diddy was suing him for being gay, or was he suing Diddy for being... Who was doing what to who?
You can't sue someone for, who you are, but
who was gay and who was Diddying?
The issue was that we just talked about Diddy the other day, or as some people started calling him now the Diddler. They talked about him the other day.
Yes, we had a day of Diddy the other day.
In his lawsuit, one of his former producers is accusing him of a number of things, and I guess making Vince McMahon style allegations in the lawsuit about Diddy and other people, male and female, being involved.
Well, what has Meek Mill got to do with this?
Well, according to this, there's a redacted name in the lawsuit, and people were assuming it was him.
Oh, well, now see, that may not be him. It may be unfair fucking just online trollishness.
And apparently 50 Cent is involved, and he started some of the rumors, or he at least has been having fun with these Meek Mill rumors online.
Well, his opinion isn't worth 50 cents, is it?
Well, no, I think it may be worth something. He's feuding
50 Cent's opinion?
50
worth more
Cent,
than 50 cents?
No, 50 Cent has a feud going on right now with Puff Daddy. That's like the main event feud right now.
Oh, 50 Cent is mad at Diddy.
This is like one of those wrestling feuds where like the legends from two different periods come back and they're feuding with each other. And it's going to be like the final match. It's happening right now.
So Meek Mill.
Well, okay, go ahead.
Well, what else has he done? Why have I known him?
Hold on.
Well, what were you going to say about these people who I don't know doing things that I don't care about?
Because there was a whole big thing in the New York Post, and it was the fascinating thing. 50 Cent is feuding with Puff Daddy. 50 Cent's baby mama, who he had a child with, is the woman being accused in the lawsuit as being one of Puffy's paid sex workers.
Whoa!
That he uses for himself and potentially other people. So, because then when that came out, 50 Cent went on Instagram. He's like, she's a sex worker or whatever he said.
Is there
and now he's going for full custody. So this is it's been playing out in the papers. It's been fascinating.
This is starting to get complicated. Is there a pie chart or some type of
there should be
graphic
a pay-per-view
thing?
There should be a pay-per-view main event if these guys want to make a few bucks with this, because
I just want to do the thing like the bloodline chart so I can figure out who's saying what about who with all of these people and put a picture up there so I'll recognize them. So I can stay the fuck away from all of them, including apparently Meek Mill, who's going to be at WrestleMania one way or the other.
Yeah, he's a musician. I don't know why. I mean, here it has a bunch of criminal proceedings. I don't know if any of these have gotten into the news.
That has a bunch of criminal proceedings.
Well, 2005 to 2006, police brutality and first arrest. When he was 18, he was walking to the corner store armed, and he was arrested for illegally possessing a forearm.
A forearm?
He was illegally possessing a firearm, excuse me.
Because he had a metal plate inserted in it, and it was deadly.
And he was beaten up by the police. Because of the beating, his lips and both eyes became swollen, and one of his braids was ripped out. Jesus. He was charged with attempted...
Well, wait a minute. Why was he taking a goddamn fucking gun down to the convenient food mart or whatever?
Maybe they wouldn't sell him milk. Now they'll sell him milk. Milk Mill.
Milk Mill. So he's had many brushes.
Well, in 2008, drug and gun conviction. 2012 to 2016, several violations, incarceration, and house arrest. 2017, St. Louis and New York arrests, parole violation, and imprisonment. 2018, allegations of federal corruption. 2019, misdemeanor firearm charge, and Free Meek, which was a docuseries about him.
Did you say free meat? He gave out free meat?
Free Meek, a documentary
Free
about
Meek.
him.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Then there were civil suits. Also, there were other allegations. What is this? He was turned away from the Cosmopolitan of Las Vegas for racial discrimination. They said there was an issue there. So he's gotten into trouble with the law. He seems, forget about WrestleMania, he seems a prime candidate for the WWE Hall of Fame.
Good Lord. So yeah, he'll be there, I guess, performing some of his better known tunes. You can name them several off the top of your head, can't you, Brian?
You know what the problem is, though? No matter who it is, if it's Meek Mill or just about anyone, other than like the national anthem or something to start the show, I don't think I ever want music in the middle of the wrestling event. There's no one, even artist I've liked. It's like not the time and place for me.
Well, I don't know if he's going to give a whole concert. Maybe he's just going to wrap someone to the ring and then wrap it up and get the fuck out of there.
I don't know. Remember the Oak Ridge Boys at
Oh yeah,
Music City Showdown.
Well, yeah, because I had to sit through that. Remember, we were
you were home,
and I had just left. I was home. Actually, that's the only pay-per-view during that 5-year period that I got to watch from my own home, and I had to sit through 20 minutes of the Oak Ridge Boys.
No one in that building wanted to hear the Oak Ridge Boys, and that's no indictment of them or their ability or their
And they
songs.
were in Nashville, but it wasn't it wasn't the place.
Glenn Goza. I mean, you can go back and forth. There's so many examples. Just it never works. No one wants to just see someone singing or rapping at the wrestling show. They just want to see the wrestling.
Hey, at that Great American Bash in Philly, they loved Delbert McClinton, didn't they?
Delbert McClinton.
Anyway, speaking of loving people, apparently we got one more segment here on SmackDown. AJ Styles not loving LA Knight. You know, the whole thing where LA Knight came to his house and attacked him. And I swear to God, I've got a bunch of feedback on the Twitter machine and that also. Cornette, you're being too picky. You know, they said they missed what we were saying, many people, Brian, because we said, yes, it was pre-recorded. They thought I made a joke. I said, now the fucking cops' body cam's not only feeding the City Hall, it's feeding the Fox network. No, I know it wasn't live on the body cam. Yes, they said it was a few days beforehand or the day before or whatever. Point I was making was it was still shot incredibly well from all sources when it could have been maybe the same thing done, but just shot a little differently. It was my bone of contention with it. And people are like, oh, they didn't listen. They said it was a day before or whatever. But they are reacting now to this. And again, as I appreciate they're making the effort and I see what they're trying to do, and I hate to pick it apart, but you could see this coming a mile down the road. AJ Styles gets in the ring, do a promo. He's pissed that LA Knight again came to his house, his castle, and attacked him. And the reason why he didn't have him put in jail is so he can expose him as the under-talented piece of trash that he is. And he had asked Aldis to make sure that LA Knight was not here tonight, but he knows that he is. So he basically, AJ dares him to come out. Come on out, LA Knight, wherever I know you're here. Come out and show yourself. Which doesn't happen. And then AJ said, well, I bet it could be this cameraman. And there's the handheld guy in the corner on the apron of the ring. And you see his shot. You see AJ reach out and smack the guy's hat off and snatch him. And the camera goes sideways. And then you see another shot. You realize it's not LA Knight. It's some fucking putz cameraman. But then as the guy steps out of the ring, suddenly a guy in a hoodie and a face mask or whatever jumps the rail, and there's a couple of security guys coming right over behind him, and they grab him and restrain him, and that's when AJ comes over and pulls the hood off, and it's some nobody that you've never seen before, but the guy was overreacting like he was freaking out on fucking LSD. Like there was no way that a human being would have what. His face, his eyes are bugging out, his darting back and forth, his fucking movements are peripatetic, and they're struggling trying to, and he's not really trying to get away, and he's not trying to say anything, he's just having a fucking spasm. And
what would have happened if he had gotten to AJ? What was he planning on doing this mystery guy?
Well, that's the thing. It was this a plot of LA Knights or whatever? But if so, why was this guy acting like that? Why wasn't he saying something like, please don't hit me, I'm not LA Knight, or anything like that? Or ha ha ha, I gotcha. Or what? No, he acted like he's shocked to be found out that was caught, and no, you caught me. I didn't get away with whatever the fuck I'm trying to do.
He was acting like the cops had him cornered in an alley.
Yes, he had nowhere to go. They're going to mow him down with the goddamn Tommy guns. But, I mean, I don't know what the fuck was going on. It's like they were shooting him with a cattle prod. So then they drag him out, and now AJ's on the floor, so he turns and keeps promoing into the handheld camera on the floor, while the handheld camera has framed AJ and a random crew guy who just happens to be leaning on the announce desk. And at that point, AJ's cutting the promo, and the crew guy takes his hat off, and he takes a wig off, and he takes whatever, and then AJ turns and sees that shot on the video screen and turns around, and LA Knight gets on him and gives him the stomps and chases him out of the arena, and then gets on a desk and cuts a promo, and the people are still with LA Knight when he does something. And when he has a little spotlight like this, AJ is the vessel now that we get our fix of LA Knight in. But could this have been a little more stagey, do you think? Him being there, he's in disguise, right? I know he's in disguise, so I'm going to just randomly snatch the cameraman. Okay, maybe, but then what the fuck was this guy? And he stays there, and he knows now that people are out to get him, but he's just standing there while this random crew guy is 5 feet to his left, and he doesn't, after he's been frisking everybody else and asking for their social security cards. It seemed to, I'm glad LA Knight cut a promo. That was the highlight of that. And beating AJ up was the highlight of this thing.
I got a kick out of this part of it for the campiness. Again, the guy who jumped the rail was the most ridiculous thing. There's no explanation for any of his behavior or what was going on there. And then LA Knight. It was basic and cheesy, but the crowd reacted to everything as simple as it was. Him taking off the hat. He looked ridiculous in that wig. Him taking off the wig. The place was ready for it. The place has been ready for him. He's been kind of standing in place for a little while just because of everything else happening. But it's nice to see the fans are still really with him. And this was a good segment. And AJ is jacked. You see the shape he's in?
Yes. He's definitely been eating the good old-fashioned Southern cooking down there in Georgia. But AJ is so good physically, and it's just with what we're hearing these days, with all of these world-class promos with Rock and Roman and Heyman and Cody and fucking Punk and et cetera, that's always been AJ's, not drawback, but it's been the weakest part of his ensemble. But anyway, it finished strong. And I wish I could say the same thing for SmackDown. And, of course, then the thing with Dakota and Bianca and Oscar and Kerry and Naomi and Jane was last.
Jade.
Yeah, it was all last.
And that was
SmackDown.
And I'm last, literally.
So I know we've still got a couple more programs left to go. And I guess next week, the SmackDown is going to be a SmackDown. And then they're going to have the Hall of Fame directly after it, but on the cock. So we're going to have to be cognizant of that as well. But where do we stand, Brian, last on WrestleMania on the lineup that they have promised us so far? Do we have a little preview of what titanic confrontations are going to come to a conclusion at the various two nights of the event?
Well, we have matches, but not necessarily a night assigned to everything just yet, because we're only a week or so out.
So no
that?
reason to. Well, they're sold out anyway. Why tell people what they're going to see?
Well, the main event of night 1 will be the Bloodline, The Rock and Roman Reigns versus Cody Rhodes and Seth freaking Rollins. If Rhodes and Rollins win, all members of the Bloodline will be barred from ringside during the undisputed title match on night 2. If Rock and Reigns win, the championship match on night 2 will be held under Bloodline rules.
I am strongly leaning toward one of two scenarios because I think they want to end night 2 with a bang, as big a bang as they can. I mean, doesn't it have to be that some way or another, Cody and Seth lose on Saturday night so that it is Bloodline rules on Sunday, so that Cody triumphs over all adversity, assuming that's what's going to happen. But there could also be the thought that, and depending on where they're going to go, this might be what they're thinking. If Rock has gotten all this done by shooting his mouth off and has manipulated this situation where this big tag match has such a bearing on Roman versus Cody, and then The Rock, they lose that tag match, and Roman has to go in with a legitimate one-on-one match with Cody and then loses, that would be some element of a wedge in between Rock and Roman's relationship to call for something else to happen. But I don't think they can do that until they probably want to try to get Cody and Rock at this point. So I think that the heels win the tag team match, and I wouldn't be surprised if they don't beat Cody on Saturday night, but through moving heaven and earth to get there somehow in a crooked fashion, so that Cody has to be in a position on Sunday where maybe he gets some help from the friends to neutralize the outside the ring shenanigans and wins on his own, but he has to overcome as one-sided a battle as possible. What do you think?
My same thoughts, and that's what almost makes you think they'll try to do the opposite. I think the heels have to win night 1. I think it may even be the Rock pinning Cody, if that's where we're going down the road. And then night 2, it isn't just Cody beating Roman, it's Cody overcoming the odds. Bloodline rules. You also get all the players involved.
But does The Rock make a key error on Sunday?
Well, I don't know about he makes a key error, but to me, that would be the opportunity to do something where something happens and the rift between The Rock and Roman.
Yeah.
Or maybe even just, the entire bloodline in Roman. Who knows? I think it kind of happens there. That is an opportunity to have Roman come out of that as a babyface. Not to say that I would do that.
Well, he doesn't have to come. It can be the start of him eventually, because they're not telling anything quick. I don't think you're going to see snap goes the switch. They're not rushing anything. But it could be the start of Roman realizing that The Rock may be more of a liability than an asset to him.
Well, Jim, as we're talking about all this, let me just say it. So for night 2, one of the 2 main events already announced, to be determined stipulation for the undisputed WWE Heavyweight Championship, Roman Reigns versus Cody Rhodes.
And I think at this point, if we don't finish the story, the time is here to finish the story. We cannot keep writing extra chapters indefinitely forever. I think he's got to win this, but I think that if they do it in any one of several ways that we've suggested with this amount of major players involved in this thing, they can still come out with more money matches out of this if Cody wins than they have going into it even yet. And I don't think it hurts Roman or anybody else. The time has come, though. I firmly believe that. I said that last year, and I was wrong, given on how things have expanded and coalesced, or was it 2 years ago? Whenever the fuck it was.
It was last year. It just went very slowly.
Last year, just been very slowly. But really, they've done a wonderful job of not only prolonging it, but building it, but you can't go on forever. And I think people, at some point, they're going to lose faith fairly soon if he doesn't get there. So that would be my thought there.
We still have one more round of episodes for Brandy to do a run-in and really make this over the top great. But we'll see what happens. Jim, the other main event announced for night 2 for the World Heavyweight Championship, the champion Seth Franklin Rollins versus Drew McIntyre.
Boy, they're constantly talking about that Drew still has not signed a new contract with the WWE, and he's worth so much more now than he was 6 months ago. Maybe he realized he had this in him and, prolonged signing a contract until he could get a chance to do this. But I think, there you can say, well, if he doesn't win the belt, he could even further the idea that he's getting screwed around and blah, blah, blah. He can have a gripe in his own mind that furthers his prickish quasi-heelishness or whatever. But also, I think it might not hurt him to get some credibility. I think if he beats fucking Seth for that, because Seth is damaged from the previous night, and now Drew has that for whenever Punk returns or rematches with Seth or all these other matches they've got going on. And it would give Drew a little further boost up the top of the card, right? So I wouldn't mind seeing it. And also, I'm sorry, but it's not like Seth Rollins is Lou Thez at this point where he's going to establish the NWA title as the real world title around the globe. It's the secondary title because the other one's in the main event. But still, it would help if 3 or 4 major names have this belt to establish it as something that has a little validity to it.
And I think maybe because of the way things have been playing out on TV the last couple months, it may be time for Drew McIntyre. It may be one of those times where you don't want the belt to necessarily elevate someone, but it's just kind of feels right now. And it wouldn't hurt Rollins because it's not helping Rollins.
Well, especially Rollins would have an out if he has come to the aid of Cody and the people, and as a result gets a bad fucking shoulder that gets capitalized on the night after, and he loses something personally fighting a fight that's bigger than any one of us, as he said.
And we don't know how long we are away from CM Punk's return. And they've teased stuff with Punk and Drew and Punk and Seth.
Well, that's right. Punk is going to be doing the commentary.
But the idea of Punk coming back and having to go for the title against Drew, I think the backstory of that is better than Punk going after the title held by Seth.
Yeah. Also,
based on the way it's played out, yeah.
Well, people are liking Punk and they like Seth, and they're prickly with Drew right now, so it would make sense with Punk and with Drew with the T-shirt and everything. So, a thing with, but at the same time, you could still keep both things going, because if some way or another Seth has an opportunity to blame fucking Punk if he loses to Drew, I don't know. We'll see what happens. But I would like to see Drew come out of it with the belt.
The following matches have no night assigned as of this moment, as we are recording. For the WWE Women's Championship, the champion Io Sky versus Bayley.
It's going to be a long 2 nights.
This will probably be a really good match.
It'll be a good match.
On the big stage?
I'm not going to knock it.
Do you think they put the belt on Bayley the way they've been using her on TV?
I would, because at least Bayley can talk. I've always been a fan of Bayley's. I said maybe Bayley ought to be the player, coach, manager, J.J. Dillon 4 Horseman leader type for a group of the younger girls at some point. I'm not. I know you like Damage Control. They're all just small and they're running around and
They're good, but that doesn't mean I think Io should win. I think it may be time to put the belt on Bayley after everything that's happened. Her getting kicked out of Damage Control. It makes sense.
She can talk.
The next match, Jim, for the Women's World Championship.
Wait a minute. Hold on. You just said that match was for the Women's World Championship.
No, that match was for the WWE Women's Championship.
Okay.
For the Women's World Championship, the champion Rhea Ripley versus Becky Lynch.
I will be watching that with bated breath and drool and slobber coming onto my...
Oh, come on.
My big toes.
I don't want to hear you about you coming on your big toes, you pervert.
Well, I'm dripping in a fashion, dribbling, if you will.
No, I won't.
Well, you might. It just depends on the whole way the thing comes together. But yeah, I'm going to be watching that, and I think it's going to be a titanic confrontation. It is not time for Rhea to be beaten or to lose that belt yet, and I don't think that's going to happen here. It better not. It better not happen. It's not time yet.
And I think Becky's another one whose contract is about to come up.
Well, then in that case, it might be time for her to put Rhea over and go away and learn a new hold.
Jim, for the Intercontinental Championship, the champion Gunther versus Sami Zayn.
And I'm still pissed we don't get Gunther and Brock Lesnar. Gunther ain't going to get beat by Sami at this point in time, but it will be an excellent match because Sami, that's his strong point, is selling for a bigger, vicious guy, and Gunther's shit is letter perfect all the way around. So that will probably, because it's men, it's a single match, and two guys who know what they're doing in the ring, it'll probably be one of my favorite matches of the night, or of the weekend, probably only secondary to the stuff with Cody and the Bloodline.
You know, if they're not going to do the Brock match, then maybe should have done something with Chad Gable, because that was working. That got Chad Gable thought of as more serious than ever before on the main roster.
And it would be a better match. It'd probably be a little bit different than what they're going to have. But I just, that Brock thing could have been, and by the way, I'm pretty goddamn sure that Brock would have put him over, because it's not like they were going to put the Intercontinental title on Brock. And that would, if they put Gunther in a non-title match, that would have blown that deal. So that could have been a big deal for Gunther if he could add to the resume that he beat Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania. But drat, another thing to be mad at Vince McMahon about.
Well, Jim, in a 6-pack tag team ladder match.
Oh boy!
For the undisputed WWE Tag Team Championship.
And you see that they're treading on the trademark. They're infringing on the title of poor old Brad Beluchian's book, 6-pack.
He should have sponsored the match, actually. Go the other way. Would have been a perfect tie-in.
They should have sponsored the book. Let them spend some money.
Well, in this match...
He's just a hard-working author.
The champions, the Judgment Day, Finn Balor and Damian Priest, versus DIY, Gargano and Ciampa, versus Awesome Truth, Miz and R-Truth, versus New Day, Kofi and Xavier, versus A-Town Down Under, Theory and Waller, versus the New Catch Republic, Dunn and Bate.
Dunn and Bradstreet. I don't know. I don't care. I don't think there's enough money to make me watch this thing. It's 12 fucking guys with umpteen ladders doing ridiculous shit over and over in what's going to have to be a phony way, because it's not possible to work shit like that without just cooperating with each other. So,
and those are their tag teams. That's why I always say it's such a sad division. That's the tag team division.
That's sad. Let's cross our fingers nobody gets hurt on that match, and we'll ignore it happened.
Jim, in a singles match, L.A. Knight versus AJ Styles.
The battle of the initials. It's like a spelling bee. So, I think LA Knight has to win this. I assume that is this going to be a longer length program, or was this just something to give those guys something to do for Mania? I wouldn't think they'd try to prolong too much of this, would they?
If they will, or if they want to, then AJ may win.
I don't know if I would beat LA Knight at WrestleMania right now. Regardless of, you
think of how reversed the roles are. The heel is saying that the babyface went to the heel's house to beat him up, and then the babyface got in disguise to attack the heel a second time. The heel has done nothing.
Yeah.
What has AJ done to upset LA Knight?
That's what I'm saying. I think LA Knight just needs to win.
Jim, in another one-on-one match, Jey Uso versus Jimmy Uso.
We've talked about this as we talk about it. We don't really get excited for the Uso matches. We got excited for what they were doing as part of this ongoing bloodline story and the people in their periphery. And I want to like him. Jay's hot dogging with the fucking, the open-handed punches that people can see through a mile away, and trying to be The Rock, but coming off more like smooth Johnny Spade, for all you OVW fans out there. And Jimmy is kind of like, he's the guy that is the flunky that's not Solo or Roman. And it's, I hope they don't, because they're brothers and they want to be remembered, come up with a bunch of goofy stunts that will thrill the crowd and take up all the fucking stunts, so that when other people do them, it means nothing. But we'll probably get some stunts, won't we, with these two?
Who knows what it'll be? Probably Solo being involved. I think you could probably bet on that. In a triple threat match for the United States Championship, Logan Paul, the champion, versus Randy Orton versus Kevin Owens.
This may be, it has potential to be a triple threat match I might actually like. I don't know. We'll see what Owens is in it, but Randy's in it. And Logan Paul is golden with me right now. It's hard for any of these to make sense. But at the same time, like I said, Randy Orton will probably insist most anything he's involved with makes sense. Paul's been tremendous. I'd rather see him in a single match against either one of them, but I'll take this. And I think, again, Logan Paul retains. But does this cause problems with Owens and Orton? Maybe there's something there, or maybe, it won't. But I think Logan Paul is not going to lose the belt to either one of these two guys at this point right now.
And he always has stooges at these big events that jump out of the crowd, and they're known by his fans, but we don't know who they are. But it always happens at the big shows.
There you go. He can have KRS-4 do it.
Now, you're thinking of KRS-1, but that's not who you're actually thinking of. You're thinking of KSI.
Well, what about CSI?
That's a show on CBS.
Okay, CBS CSI. Can KRS-1 him?
All right, well, Jim.
10-4.
A couple more matches, Mr. 10-4. In a 6-woman tag team match, Bianca Belair, Jade Cargill, and Naomi versus Damage Control, comprised of Dakota Kai, the other one's Sky, Dakota Kai, Asuka, and Kairi Sane.
Now, what is Velvet Sky related to Io Sky at all?
Velvet Sky. Which one's Velvet Sky?
Remember, she was in The Beautiful People with Angelina Love.
Oh, yeah. I never really watched TNA during that period, but I know the name.
Yes. Well, maybe they might have been sisters. So, brothers from another mother works, but sisters from another mister, would that be the same thing?
Well, here's a question for you. Do you think Jade goes into the pay-per-view and comes out of the pay-per-view as a babyface?
Yes, I do. I believe, because she ain't going to turn and join this group, right? If she turned on anybody to help these flunkies out, it's too soon. It's too soon. If she was going to have some kind of issue or angle with Bianca, they would want to set up some type of relationship with them first if they were looking at a friend turning. So I think this is a showcase with a bunch of girls that know what they're doing and are used to working with each other. And Jane's going to look good and probably get the pin. or get the finish, pin someone.
And finally, Jim, as announced so far, card subject to change, the LWO, Rey Mysterio and Dragon Lee versus Santos Escobar and Dirty Dominic Mysterio.
Hey!
That will probably be a really fun match.
It'll be a fun match. I'm going on who I think might win it, is what I was doing. It will be a fun match. I don't know, truthfully. It's been going on for a while. Might it be just because it's WrestleMania? If it's on the second night and we get a happy send us home, the heels might win. But if it's on the first night, maybe the baby faces will win.
That may be a candidate to open up one of these shows, I would think. It would be a hot crowd, or it would be a hot crowd and it'd be a match to give them where they can react to everything, have a good time. But that is WrestleMania XL as of this moment.
Well, we can only hope that by the time they get to double XL, some of these issues will be worked out. I don't know what more there is to say about WrestleMania, so I got to be honest with you. I don't know whether I'm going to watch it by traditional means, Brian. I don't know whether I'm just going to watch the normal pay-per-view with the English language commentary that I like. I might experiment because, with the Express VPN, you can see anything you want to that's on the internet and the streaming around the world, regardless of whether you're supposed to see it or not because you're in the wrong geographical location. You smarten me up to this, Brian. You can be transported anywhere.
That's not exactly how I said it, but if you are, let's say, in America and you want to see the Great British Sewing Bee that only aired in England and is only available on British streaming services, this is a way you can check out that kind of programming. WWE Network, all over the world being shut down. What are you going to do? Who are you going to call?
ExpressVPN.
Yes, them.
Yes, and they're going to reroute you through Bolivia that still gets the network because they still have mule transportation down there on a commercial basis. They're way behind.
No, you don't know anything about what's going on in Bolivia, and there's no guarantees of a specific company,
There's no guarantees that you can get a specific mule there, but if you reserve a mule, they'll give you the biggest, best mule they've got. But nevertheless, and I'll tell you something, if you want to watch WrestleMania the hard way like I do, watch it through ExpressVPN, and you can get the Saudi Arabian announce team. Fubar Makafakaloob and Slapco Fudd. Just tell them you're in one of the Arabias. Let ExpressVPN route you through the Casbah. Is that what you're going to do, Brian? You like Fubar and Slapco.
And I rock the Casbah regularly. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to want to listen to commentary I can't understand, although it is Michael Cole, so every now and then.
That's pretty much what we're doing already. But folks,
is there a British commentary team that you can get access to?
Well, they need an English commentary team is what they need. Who's their English commentary team? We got an American one, but we don't have one that speaks English. But besides all of those programs, also, Brian, ExpressVPN, our friends over there, they're the ones that warned us about the menace of people in the walls, and now they're talking about these juvenile delinquents that are out there hacking your valuable personal knowledge off of these unencrypted networks out in public. You're at a hotel, you're at an airport. Maybe you're waiting in the police station, just picking somebody up, but any public place, you get on the Wi-Fi network. I don't even know how that shit works to begin with, but apparently other people do because they're going to jump on it with you. They're going to go right into your veins and they're going to suck the blood right out of you.
Metaphorically, none of this is going to actually literally happen to anyone in the real world.
They're going to jump right into your computer, and then the lifeblood of the veins of your computer, they're going to suck out your personal information, Brian. They're going to suck it out like Marshall Dillon sucking out rattlesnake venom on Festus after a long night on the trail.
Metaphorically speaking.
And then these smart 12-year-olds, that's what they're doing now. These fucking juvenile delinquents, they're not even going to junior high school anymore. They're getting straight out of grade school and they're turning to a life of crime because it says right here in our information from ExpressVPN, that it does not take much technical knowledge to hack someone. A smart 12-year-old can do it. And that's what's become of the parents not watching these kids these days. All these little goddamn crumb-snatching rugrats are out there with this cheap hardware that they've got these days. And that's what they need, just cheap hardware and a smart 12-year-old, and you're fucking hacked. Your whole financial empire is falling down around your ears as a result of a juvenile delinquent.
What?
Yes.
What? Yes, what?
Yes, what I said. It says right here, all that somebody needs to hack you is cheap hardware, and a smart 12-year-old can do it. So your entire financial empire out there, ladies and gentlemen, is in the hands of a juvenile delinquent in the 7th grade with some cheap hardware. I don't know whether it be files and hammers, saws, augers, maybe a rolling pin, whatever cheap hardware he can pick up, he's hacking you with. Well, and, they're selling you for only $1,000 a person on the dark web. They'll sell your info for $1,000. That's it. You ruin your life for it. You ought to start bidding. As a matter of fact, ExpressVPN will allow you to bid even more money to get your personal information back from these hackers on the dark web. So let's say Spiegel's catalog company is paying $1,000. If you bid $1,500, the hackers will sell you your own information back. But you don't want to do that because ExpressVPN is cheaper. So don't try to have to deal with these hackers because also they're only in cash, whereas you can charge ExpressVPN because it's legal. Barely, but legal.
I don't know what you're saying about any of this. Once again, folks, simply put, if you need a VPN service, there's no better service than ExpressVPN. Get access.
Well, you gotta tell, you don't want to just say if you need a VPN service. Who knows what the fuck a VPN service is?
Well, what Nobody I don't want to say is any of the things you've been saying. You're saying all sorts of crazy,
did you know
shit.
No, it would take a hacker with a supercomputer over 1 billion years to get past ExpressVPN's encryption. Can you imagine? And after all, if the supercomputer is made in the United States, it's not going to last 1 billion years. It'll fucking burn out after 5 or 6. So there's no way anybody's going to get your shit. So you just go to expressvpn.com, you fire up the app, you click one button, and all of your shit's protected like you've got a brand new custom-made Trojan condom on all of your devices. You got a rubber on your phone. You got a rubber on your laptop. You got a rubber on your tablet. You got rubbers covering everything so they're protected from anybody's potential outside DNA poisoning the bloodstream of your equipment. And right now, if you go to expressvpn.com/JCE, you're going to get an extra 3 months free. expressvpn.com/JCE. 3 months of the things that they do, whatever they may be, for free, just for you, because you know me. So if I were you, I'd start encrypting that shit, ladies and gentlemen, because these fucking little 12-year-olds, they're everywhere. You see them walking down the street. They've got something in their hand. We thought it was a phone. Now we know it's a monitoring system. They're hacking your shit.
You know, you could actually hack people with a phone, but beyond that, it's not just 12-year-olds. It's all sorts of nefarious characters. Be safe from them today and get access to the Great British Sewing Bee and so much more.
Yeah.
With ExpressVPN.
Yeah.
What's that promo code, Jim?
JCE. And you know the reason why that it's the 12-year-olds are the worst ones is because you would expect an adult. You would suspect an adult, but a little smart little pie-faced kid there with freckles. You don't expect them to be these criminal masterminds. Well, fuck these kids. They need to go to the delinquent home. And ExpressVPN's going to put them there. But you know, Brian, what you can watch on basic cable right here in the good old United States of America, and that's the Biography episodes or series that they've been doing over on the AEW network, as you call it, the A&E network.
You did too.
I've done it in the past, but now I'm making mockery of you because it makes me feel better about myself as a person. But this past week's was on the British Bulldog, and I enjoyed this because I like Davey, and I spent more time around him than I have most of the subjects, of the season. So I had a fond spot in my heart for Davey, and I think Shawn Michaels, believe it or not, summed it up best in one of the little sound bites right at the opening of the program. He was unbelievably talented without even trying. And that was the theme of a lot of the program. He was a big kid, and he didn't take anything seriously. And he was always laughing, always joking. I wasn't even there. It was Owen. And I've told a story about when Jack Lanza would just die laughing at him, and he'd just come and he'd say, "Fucking Davey." Jack would go over and say, "Davey, you got to do a promo." And now bear in mind, the British Bulldog would have been a main event guy in the company for much of the previous fucking 10 years. And he'd go, "For what? Like, if it's unheard of, I should have to do a promo. For what?" And Jack would come over laughing like he's astonished he's got to do a fucking promo after 10 years. But anyway, it was good to see Georgia, his daughter, and Harry, his son, and Diana. Jesus Christ, she hasn't changed. She hasn't aged a day in however many years. She still looks good. She is one person that I don't look better than these days.
Hey, based on your expertise, because I've never had anyone answer this, is it a Calgary accent or is it a Hart family accent?
It's a Hart family accent because you can close your eyes, and I mean, Stu had not only the Hart accent, but a distinctive way of speaking. But with a lot of the brothers or the daughters or the sisters or the mamas or whatever, and the papas, you can close your eyes and not really know which one is speaking, and it's hard to pick out. But I mean, Canadian people and Calgary people do have accents, but this is the Hart family. They all have a similar audible trait in their voice. I don't know. But anyway, I like the old footage that they found. There's a bunch out there. I mean, because it seems like in England, because that was network television, they saved a lot of that 70s stuff. Because 10 or 15 years ago now, a guy had sent me a bunch of early Dynamite and Davey Boy from England. And of course, Dynamite was, the Dynamite Kid because he was 15 or 16 years old. And then a couple years later, Davey Boy turns pro when he's 15 and he's young David. They had a, British tradition over there with that kind of thing. But they moved along fairly quickly. We weren't going to get a giant World of Sport retrospective here, but there was some nice footage of them when they were skinny as rails, both of them, Dynamite and Davey in Calgary. And that was Norman Frederick Charles, the Royal Kangaroo that
I didn't realize
Dynamite
that
was working with the beard and the multicolored. He still had the same multicolored tights like 10 years later when he came to Georgia. And that's what, I mean, Brett and Diana and everybody talked about Dynamite ribbing Davey because Davey was his younger cousin. Davey looked up to him. Dynamite was in the business first. When he gets him in Calgary, he comes to live with him. But he's doing the shit where he's feeding him the X-Lax, chocolate chip cookies, and he got him into steroids or pills or everything else probably that he'd ever gotten into. And finally, Brett had to take Davey Boy away from Dynamite's house and move him in with him to protect him. And I've heard that because a lot of the guys, Danny Davis and Wayne Ferris, a lot of guys from Tennessee at one point or another worked Calgary. And they said that Dynamite, was a great talent in the ring, but goddamn it, he was trouble if you were his friend, and he was trouble if you were against him. Because you don't want to be on the wrong side of him, but at the same point, the fucking shit he did to his friends for ribs was fucked up.
Yeah, that's the other thing, too, not to excuse any of it, and a lot of this ribbing is just awful. But it's one thing pulling a prank on one of the other boys just to get a reaction from the locker room. He put all that X-Lax in his drink at home. It's just them sitting there by themselves.
Yeah, he's just doing it to him in his house. Just like, fuck Davey, it'll be great. And, of course, the Diana and Davey Boy fall in love, even though Diana's the daughter of the promoter, and it seems to work out that way, especially in the Hart family, because everybody married wrestlers. But I guess, again, they're moving quickly. They mentioned that the Bulldogs had gotten over big in Japan and then debuted in the WWF in '85. And boy, when you look at the footage back to back in that short of a period of time, Brian, isn't it amazing from Davey and Dynamite's natural frames? And they were both athletic. Obviously, they could do all that shit regardless of what their bodybuilding status was. But their natural frames when they were kids, and then by the time they got to the WWF, they were both 75 pounds, 80 pounds easily over. And Davey was 5'10", maybe, and I think he was maybe an inch taller than Dynamite, but they were just huge.
I think he was a few inches taller than Dynamite, but the other thing is, forget about when they were teenagers, and that used to be a thing in the magazines when Davey Boy got real big in like 91. Here's young David, and then here's what he looks like now. That's when he's 15. Look at the Bulldogs in like 82, and then look at them in 85.
Yeah.
They're Dynamite's twice the size that he was.
And I mean, there's an element of growing up, but holy crap. But anyway, so then, and help me out with this, because you're not only the savant, but the 80s WWF expert. They talked about the Dynamite Kid's back injury in kind of vague terms, as back was bothering him. And then they kind of said, out of loyalty, Davey Boy stuck with Dynamite, and they went back to Calgary. What was that first time they were out? What the Bulldogs' departure? Was that the thing with the Rougeaus?
Well, yeah, two different things. At the beginning of '87, there's house show footage. I think it was Orton and Morocco versus the Bulldogs. Something simple like Dynamite running to the ropes and Morocco putting his knee to his back when he hits the rope caused him to go down. It triggered whatever the back injury was. That's why shortly after that, they lost the belts to the Hart Foundation. And the story has always been, because the introduction's not on TV, that Dynamite was carried to the ring on Davey Boy's back for the title change. And then he got attacked by the Hart Foundation. And then in '88, Kurt Hennig was ribbing, I think, the Bulldogs. And then the Bulldogs thought it was the Rougeaus. No, or maybe it was the other way. It was ribbing the Rougeaus, and whatever it was, everything with the Bulldogs and the Rougeaus happened. Yeah. And then they finished up Survivor Series '88. Vince made them shake hands, made them work together, and then they finished up at the Survivor Series.
And then the poor Bulldogs went back to Calgary, and there was barely a Calgary to go back to. And Dynamite is the one that, had committed the assault and with intent to commit mayhem. And he wasn't going to go back, but he didn't want Davey to go back. And Davey said, I got to. And apparently that was the straw that broke the camel's back, and Dynamite never spoke to him again.
Well, the other thing, too, is they never really had a chance in Calgary. Not that they were going to light up business, because it was kind of impossible at that time.
But it was gone at that point.
But they went back and they started doing some hot stuff. Bulldog versus Bulldog, that's a big thing. Ed Whalen killed it. Ed Whalen wouldn't allow some of the stuff to air on TV, I don't think. So you couldn't even do the one thing you could do, you couldn't do that.
You couldn't even do the one thing that you could do, because you couldn't do that. But what he could do was come back, Davey Boy, to the WWF and get over big as a single, especially in England, which led to the SummerSlam 92 Wembley Intercontinental title match, and the famous confrontation with Brett and the family picking sides and blah, blah, blah. And they mentioned he had a staph infection in his knee and went into the match anyway. But again, that's the thing I was going to mention at the top of the program when Shawn Michaels said unbelievably talented without even trying. There was the time, if Davey knew that it was, he could pick his spots, right? If it was the Hart family, somebody that he could go with, Owen, Brett, Shawn, if he was motivated because he knew that he could have a great match with these fucking guys, then he would turn it on. But if it was I mean, like, remember the time where they sent the fucking headhunters, the two squat fellows that weighed 400 pounds apiece down to the ring, and the first thing that Davey did was body slam one of them, killed the whole gimmick that they had. And he and Owen would pop each other if they were in there with, somebody they weren't going to be able to get much out of, right? And you would even see when Davey would look up at you every once in a while, if he was in there with somebody, if it was Mabel, you would just see the look on his face would say everything. What the fuck am I doing here? What the fuck is going on with these? If they'd mess something up, he'd just give that look. It's hard to describe, but it fit Davey, right? So in this SummerSlam match and with Brett, I mean, he was fantastic. Remember the run that I managed him in 94, 95? He had that incredible match with Brett on pay-per-view. He had the two matches with Shawn because the Beware of Dog went off the air because of the thunderstorm, the power outage in South Carolina.
I think it was 95, 96, wasn't it?
Well, I'm okay. I managed him in 94, 95 and into 96, right? I think we started in 94. Nevertheless, maybe it started in 95. Point being, he had a great match with Brett. He had a couple great matches with Shawn. He had, and then that match with Diesel. Remember the WWF title match at an In Your House with fucking Diesel? And they weren't stylistically a match, and Davey wasn't motivated because what's he going to do with fucking Nash? And it was brutal to the point where I went back afterwards and saw Vince. As Vince, I'd just like to apologize. I was involved in that. He's like, oh, pal, what's the matter? I said, it didn't set the standard for a fucking world title match, is what it didn't do. But that's the thing. But you could see also, this was 92 at that Wembley match. They're taking those bumps. That ring was fucking concrete. No wonder those guys were on pills or weren't taking bumps at house shows and everything before the modern era. It's like wrestling on a frying pan. But anyway, then he got, as soon as the SummerSlam 92 match happened, he got in trouble with the drug test and he went to WCW for a year, but then he came back and we had the run that I just talked about. And then he joined the Hart Foundation because now it's him and Owen and Pillman's there and Brett. And they started the Canada Hart Foundation faction versus DX and the Americans and blah, blah, blah. And the Canadian Stampede, I was there that night. Amazing atmosphere for the 10-man tag. And that was something that, you could only have done that because of the long history of territory wrestling and the Hart family involvement in a town like that. There's very few places, maybe nowhere by that point, where you could have gotten the same kind of response for the local territory wrestling fan. The Von Erichs, it would have been past that point in Dallas, the Grahams, whatever, but they brought back nostalgia for one point in time there. And then Montreal happens. And that's Davey Boy immediately quit because, I mean, he stood up for Dynamite. He stood up for everybody. So he immediately quit. And Owen, we've talked about this, pretty much didn't want to come back either, but they didn't want to lose Vince didn't want to lose all three of them. And he knew Brett was going. And Davey, unfortunately, because of his various issues that he had and the drug test, they knew out of the two of them, between Davey and Owen, they didn't mind Davey going. But they wanted to keep Owen because he didn't want to lose all three. And that's when they tore up, I think, Owen's contract for $250,000 a year and gave him one for $400,000 a year guaranteed. And that was 25 years ago. So, and anyway, we've covered that in previous programs, but at that point, going back to WCW in that shape, in that state of mind, under those conditions, one would have thought that he'd be gold because Brett was there, the highest paid guy in the company, but they botched Brett up from the start and he got hurt. And when The one thing that I've felt bad about when they showed a clip of Davey Boy in WCW to illustrate that, well, by that point, Davey wasn't at his best. It was against Steve Mongo McMichael. And I'm not trying to speak ill of McMichael because he's sick right now, but everything they showed Davey doing because he wasn't at his best could be attributed to McMichael's greenness in the profession at that point in time. But even Bischoff said the biggest problem with their drug tests there weren't crack or cocaine or heroin or whatever, is prescription pills. And then Davey Boy takes the bump on the trap door for the Ultimate Warrior. They put a trap door in a goddamn ring. And it was a stupid fucking idea. And didn't tell everybody, apparently, and he ended up on morphine. And remember, his sister died at that point. Remember, he had dedicated the time he was supposed to win, what was it, the European title or some belt?
Yeah, against Shawn. They didn't tell that
Shawn.
story in there.
Yeah, they sure didn't tell that. He had dedicated the win to his sister who had some type of flesh-eating bacteria disease or something. I can't remember what, because they had all kinds of sickness in their extended family with different points in time. But they told him he was going to win it, so he dedicated it to his sister who was dying. And then Michaels wouldn't do the job, made him switch the finish. He didn't win, and then she died. So anyway, then WCW fires him. And, and then there we go. And it just, and that's another example of, unfortunately, at that point in time, there were no more territories. When you'd been to both the big companies, your choice then was the indies. I don't think Davey was, equipped at that time with his personal issues, or also just with, he had never done indies before. He had been with pretty much WCW, the WWF, or worked in Calgary and Japan for his whole career. And I know he did some, but I don't think that would have been a long-lasting deal for him. But anyway, and I can't remember now what year it was that he passed away, but he didn't outlive Owen, ironically enough, by that long. So it's another. At least this one was not so cross-pollinated with all the other shows that we've been seeing, where we'd heard a lot of the stories as we've been talking about. We'd seen a lot of the clips. There was some new stuff in this because they hadn't concentrated on Davey as much as they had on a lot of the other guys. So I enjoyed seeing some of the stuff, but it, again, it's just a shame that, a lot of sadness, early demises, and substance abuse issues within a lot of these biographies, no matter who's producing them. Your thoughts?
It's interesting, too, the story Bret Hart told about George Scott wanting the Bulldogs because Vince was asking about them. That's Vince wanting someone just based purely off Japan. And remember, they were part of the deal when Stu sold Calgary. Vince had to give jobs to the son-in-laws. Yeah. And then the Bulldogs left. And then they left New Japan. And then they signed with All Japan. And that's why the beginning of 85, there are Japanese wrestling magazines with the front cover. It almost looks like an ambush. Like the photographer must have just jumped out and been like, "We're here, pose." Vince shaking hands with Giant Baba. It was to negotiate on the Bulldogs.
Yeah, and do you think that Vince even had an inkling then that he wanted to get some kind of foothold, some kind of way more than maybe what he ever got in Japan? And he was trying to stock up some of their favorites too?
I don't know, but I mean, Hogan was the biggest American star in New Japan, and he got Hogan. The Bulldogs were the biggest junior heavyweight team, and then they stopped being junior heavyweights.
He ended up with the Funks in 1985.
Got the Funks, Terry and Haas in 1985, 86. And Jimmy Jack. Don't forget Jimmy Jack Funk.
Jimmy, oh, Jimmy Jack, when are you coming back?
All right, well, that was the Davey Boy Smith British Bulldog.
You weren't anxious to cut it off until I started singing.
Yeah. Right.
Well, at least you admit it. But the thing is, the calling card that Davey had through a lot of his life was his physical fitness. Brian, he wasn't just somebody sitting back there eating a bucket of greasy fried chicken from the gas station. He took care of his body. He lifted the weights, and what's more, he ate good chef-crafted meals. I mean, that's all you do is you turn around and Yokozuna would have a bucket of chicken and I'd have a triple cheeseburger from Wendy's, and there would be Davey Boy Smith eating a chef-crafted meal. They had crafted it right there for him, had it in a little tin mess kit type of apparatus is what he did. He carried it around. The chef had crafted it that morning at the hotel. Now, you might not say out there in podcast land, you might not say that you've got enough money to have a chef follow you around, sleep in your hotel room at night, and craft you meals. Well, I say finay to that, because you don't need that anymore. Because now, thanks to our friends at Factor, ladies and gentlemen, you can have some chefs that you don't even need to pay that will craft your meals for you according to what you need to be eating for your nutritional values and your dietitian-approved requirements. This stuff, it's all about science. Consider yourself a guinea pig in the name of science, ladies and gentlemen, because our friends at Factor have a weekly menu of 35 options, including popular things like Calorie Smart, Keto, Protein Plus, Vegan and Veggie, all meals that are already crafted by those chefs and in a container and ready for you to heat up in whatever faction you want or fashion you want.
That's right. In a container, DeVito.
In a container. So you can put it in the oven, you can put it in the microwave, you can set it out on the sidewalk and let the sun bake it, folks. And if you like things a little on the rare side, I'd recommend that. Either that or put it on your car's engine underneath the hood.
Don't do that. No, not one way or another. Why don't we stick with microwave or oven as recommended?
Okay, well, I haven't tried the air fryer yet. We're not sure about that. But if you're looking for gourmet meals, try meals that feature premium ingredients like filet mignon, shrimp, truffle butter, broccolini, and asparagus. All those are premium ingredients. It's what they mix them up and how they combine them that counts, folks. And these are no fuss and no mess meals, because they've eliminated the hassle of prepping and cooking and cleaning up. You heat the stuff up, you eat it out of the container, you throw the container in the garbage. Then you take the garbage out to the other garbage. Then once a week, you take that garbage out to the road where the garbage truck of all the garbage picks up that garbage and takes it to the dump. That's your whole cleanup. Shouldn't take more than an hour, hour and a half a day. And it's tailored to your schedule. You can customize your weekly meals with the flexibility that you need to get as much or as little as you need, and you can pause or reschedule to suit your lifestyle. Let's say, for example, next week you're going to be busy. You're not going to have time to eat for 5 to 7 days. So you tell them, look, I want 72 meals, but I'm going to eat them all in 1 week. They send you this big bunch, and you just start gorging yourself. You go to fucking town. You wouldn't stop eating like your life depends on it, because you know that for a whole week next week, you're not going to have the time to eat. They'll work with you on this, folks. Have they worked with you on this yet, Brian?
They have delivered me some fine chef-crafted meals, which I enjoy. The family's enjoyed. Grilled chicken, sweet potato mash, broccolini, all the ingredients, all the vegetables, all the health, all the chef-crafted.
All the health?
All the chef-crafted craftabilities that one could ask for.
Did you like the Parmesan and sun-dried tomato chicken?
Tomato. Oh my God.
It's easy to make. The Parmesan and sun-dried tomato chicken penny. And the roasted garlic chicken with green beans and sour cream and onion mashed potatoes was on my list here, and it has the microwave or conventional oven directions. It's prepared. It's ready to go. You eat it, and then you wash your hands of the whole situation. And folks, they are also celebrating Earth Day all month long. That means it's Earth Month. And if you look out for the Earth Month Eats badge on their menu, you will get meals with the lowest carbon footprint. That means that not only is there as little coal as possible in your dinner, in your foodstuffs, but no one has stepped on it at least as far as we're aware. So that's the Earth Month.
No one has stepped on your food. You don't have to worry about that.
Well,
ever.
sometimes you find
Never.
a hiking, heel print of a hiking boot,
not in Factor,
on top of your canned ham.
That's maybe the one where you get your tomato sauce or whatever you were talking about, but not from Factor.
Well, to make an excuse on it, head to factormeals.com/JCE50 and use the code JCE50. You're going to get 50% off your first box of food, plus 20% off your next box of food. Somehow or another, that's 70% off of something. But again, the code JCE50 at factormeals.com/JCE50, not only 50% off your first box, 20% off your next box. The next thing they're going to do is pay you to take it.
Well, they won't do that. And there's a weird way to end the spot here. You have to pay them, but there's a promo code, and it's great food, and it's worth it. Factor, what's that promo code, Jim?
JCE50. You have to pay them, but not much, and it's worth every penny that you're going to save and not pay.
That's right.
Well, what in the world?
What
I'll
world?
do it again.
Which world is this you're speaking of?
What in the world, Brian, are you going to be doing over at the Arcadian Vanguard Network this week with your array of programs?
Another fine week on the Arcadian Vanguard Podcast Network, and information about all the shows on Twitter at Superpodcast or on Facebook, facebook.com/Arcadian Vanguard. A few notes. Shut Up and Wrestle with Brian Solomon on a great run of great episodes. Just recently, Mike Rogers, a friend of this show, was on that show. Shut Up and Wrestle, that is, talking about Portland wrestling history.
And boy, did he show out.
And of course, his new book, or his recent book about the encyclopedia of Portland wrestlers. Coming up soon, something we talked about, the WWE Titan Towers Roundtable this week. Check it out at suawpod.com, or look for Shut Up and Wrestle with Brian Solomon wherever you find your favorite podcasts. Don't forget about the wrestling news. Each and every day, get your wrestling news for free at thewrestlingnews.com or wherever you find your favorite podcast. Here, the Daily Wrestling Morning Newscast for free from the Wrestling News. Look for Arcadian Vanguard's The Wrestling News. And of course, the 605 Super Podcast, The Mothership! And we're getting to the end of the show here, folks. Go through the archives at 605pod.com. Available wherever you find your favorite podcast. Sorry for the people asking, no opening day Star Wars this year. A lot of things happening behind the scenes that have been eating up my time, but more 605 being worked on, so stay tuned.
It's a work in progress.
The Mothership! That was for you.
Anyway, we're not near the end of the show because we got a lot of show left, because now, ladies and gentlemen, what we are going to do for the benefit of you who have been saying, God damn it, you guys, you never talk about any classic wrestling anymore, and you've started the 40 years ago Mid-South Wrestling Project and have left that in the dust, so we're going to clear up both of those matters, pending matters, here right now in one swell foop. Because we sat down yesterday, Brian, you and I, and we recorded another look back at 40 years ago in 1984, my schedule in Mid-South Wrestling, so the folks can follow along day to day, see where we were traveling, what we were doing, and who we were wrestling, and how the business was starting to change, and the Midnight Express and Jim Cornette were starting to get over. And we are going to play that conversation now for the folks who have been wanting the classic wrestling content. This is the lights out portion of the program. The fans can stay or leave. This is not sanctioned. And then after we hear this segment, we will be back for a closing thought or two. Your thoughts on that?
I have no thoughts on that. I'll share my other thoughts after these thoughts. Let's go to this right now.
I think. Okay, folks, we have long awaited a chance to do this segment. So many things, Brian, have been going on in the world of wrestling between the Royal Rumble and today that we have neglected to keep up with our 40 years ago history segment on Mid-South Wrestling and my schedule therein. It's been on the podcast, and as a matter of fact, on YouTube now are clips detailing much of my 1983 schedule. Is that correct? If they wanted to try to catch up here to date so far?
That is correct if you want to catch up to date so far.
Well, then they should do that. How do they find that if they want to go to the YouTube channel and find it? Is it marked?
You can find that on the YouTube channel. No, you could go to the YouTube channel and search for Jim Cornette Mid-South Wrestling. It'll obviously be one of the options that comes up. It'll be a long-form video, and it'll be Jim Cornette talks about his first 2 weeks of January 1984 and the previous ones in 83, etc.
Well, and even they could type in his schedule for 1983 because we had Memphis and all that stuff.
You know what? Schedule. I think if you put Jim Cornette's schedule in the search, it will come up.
Boy, see, it's almost like we planned for it to be this way. But anyway, we've been behind. We left off with January 15th, and we're already in the end of March. So we thought we would take this opportunity and over some of the shows here over the next few weeks to try to catch up because things were about to get interesting in Mid-South Wrestling. And if you go back and search those clips, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. But just to preface things with some new material that has not been offered, Brian, we've been talking about how that the business in Mid-South was down, the gates were down, the ticket sales. And I don't want to give the impression that there was just shit talent, that there was nobody that people were interested in. It's honestly, we think Ernie Ladd had kind of hit the wall as booker because there was still some over talent and the people were still watching the television all the markets were getting huge ratings for Mid-South Wrestling on TV, but they weren't coming out to the houses because they didn't like the matchups or the angles behind them or the storylines, as the kids would say these days. Do you think, is that a fair statement to make?
It is. It's also fair to say that although they had guys there with a lot of charisma and some really talented guys, it became really heavy on top of big guys, not action guys.
Yes.
But big guys, which Bill Watts kind of always went back to.
And Ernie also had, that because there was few people bigger than Ernie Ladd, but it had gotten stale. I wanted to give you just a couple of examples of the full lineups. We've been talking about what the Midnight's been doing, but in December in Houston, we mentioned that was a nice little house. It was Nick Bockwinkel and Mr. Wrestling 2 on top for the AWA title. And 2 got disqualified. But then the Mid-South matchups, you see Junkyard Dog versus Nikolai Volkov. Dog, of course, was over, and Nikolai had a lot of heat at the time. Hacksaw Duggan, who was over tremendously as a babyface at that point in time, beat Crusher Darsow on disqualification. And Barry Darsow was a big kid from Minnesota that had broken into that pipeline. And he became Crusher Darsow. And then when he became the sympathizer to the evil Russian Nikolai Volkov, he became Crusher Khrushchev. And then most of the modern fans would know him as Bill Eadie's partner in Demolition. Which was he? Axe or I can't ever remember. Smash. All right.
Yeah, he was awesome in Demolition.
And,
and then he became Repo Man.
And unfortunately. But, we've talked about him in the past. But anyway, Duggan beat Darsow on disqualification. Butch Reed beat Jose Lothario. Butch had heat as a heel there. Magnum TA beat Jim Neidhart. As the Midnight Express, as I mentioned, beat Rick Rude and Lanny Poffo. And also, guess who was on the card? And I'd forgotten about this. El Bracero beat Black Gordman by disqualification.
Wow.
Black Gordman, along with Goliath, one of the famous tag teams of the 70s. Dr. Death Steve Williams beat Larry Higgins, and Tony Torres beat Carl Fergie. And that was an example. There was a lot of matches, a lot of talent, but they weren't necessarily biting on it at the houses. And I'll give you one more example. The January card in Oklahoma City, January the 8th, that we'd mentioned in our previous segment, that we were on the card again, beating Rick Rude and Joe Savoldi, preliminary match. The whole card was Junkyard Dog and Magnum TA beating Nikolai Volkov and Kamala, the Uganda, who was on loan from Dallas at the time, world class.
He had been there in 83, so he had been a big star in Mid-South previously.
Yes, but that's the thing is as you go back and look at some of these house show matchups and lineups, they were kind of random matches involving people that were over, but there wasn't a linear path to these programs. You see what I'm saying?
Was this kind of what they dreamt of, though, in terms of like Watts and Von Erich, if everything had worked out well and they had been able to stay as partners and get along with each other? The idea that a guy becomes a big star here, he can go work for you and I can take him back whenever I need him?
That was tentatively what they were thinking. But see, now here on the next match on this Oak City card, this was more a benefit. Chris Adams beat Jimmy Garvin. That was the World Class TV was on in Oklahoma City and Tulsa, and it was right down the road. So the fans were aware of it. That was a program from two guys that were on World Class Wrestling. Adams and Garvin was a big angle rivalry that was going on at the time. So if you could bring that match in, people, it's hot on TV, the other TV, but people are seeing it, right? So that would benefit your card, but sometimes when you just brought back somebody that was over before, but put them in a random match and situation with the Mid-South guys, unless it fit I'm bringing in this guy because of so-and-so, and then it had to be the right, you see what I'm saying? And I think when Watts envisioned us going to Dallas, he wanted to be able to bring us back for the major events, for the Superdome or the Oak City shows or whatever. The one we ended up making everything but the Dome, Houston, Oak City, Tulsa, but it was still against the Rock and Roll Express, who were still there, or it probably would have developed if we'd had anything really going on hot in Dallas, with the Von Erichs. He would have loved to have got Midnight Von Erich, some kind of thing going on there. And we also came back and worked with the Fantastics. So it kind of, anyway.
The Garvin Adams match, when was the one that you've talked about in the past where the fans were like harassing Precious?
Oh,
she had to leave ringside?
Laranja, Louisiana. We might get there in this segment if, I can't remember the date off the top of my head, but it's coming up fairly shortly.
I could understand them being lent out for Oklahoma City. How did they end up there?
Because it was a weekend. They were in for the weekend, and that was a spot show on a Sunday afternoon, right? I think we were like in Thibodaux or someplace that night. And so Watts he'd get his goddamn money's worth and work out of you if he was paying you trans to come in. You'd work every 4 shows in 2 days sometimes. But anyway, nevertheless, the rest of this, Butch Reed beat Dr. Death. Doc was still a babyface. They weren't really doing anything with him. Wrestling 2 beat Neidhart, and Lanny Poffo beat Larry Higgins. There was, again, a lot of names, but not a lot going on the house shows, is what I'm trying to say. And so that's where
Larry Higgins is an example of the kind of guy in 83 they were trying to make happen. And obviously a very different style and look to a wrestler than what would become popular in the territory in 84.
Well, and honestly, Larry was a nice guy, but not anything that was going to stand out. And actually, he was part of the trade, because now this is a point that we should make. We've talked about how that Watts got myself in the Midnight, the Rock and Roll, Bill Dundee as Booker, Terry Taylor, Buddy Landell. From Memphis in that trade, Jarrett got a number of guys that were still here, because when we set this up doing November and December of 83, Jarrett had too many guys. He just needed to get rid of guys, and he had a weekly TV, and the major towns in the territory were booked weekly, very weekly, as Dutch Mantel would say. So he could just finish guys up in 2 weeks, and you're done, go, be free. Whereas, as we've talked about when we set this up with December of 83 and January 84, Watts had a different setup in the territory. He taped 2 shows every 2 weeks. Those shows took up to 5 more weeks to cycle around the territory. He ran his major towns mostly every 2 weeks, except for New Orleans, which was weekly. And so he took much longer to finish guys up. So some of the guys that were going to Memphis are still working here. Rick Rude would go in with a gimmick on top with Jim Neidhart. And in Memphis by late January, early February, they also got Masayo Ito, who was kind of an underneath heel in Mid-South, and Larry Higgins went for a while as Hacksaw Higgins. Do you remember that?
I do.
Very, very faintly, probably. Maybe his immediate family does. And I'm trying to think, did anybody else go? And see, that's the thing, is a lot of people are saying, well, goddamn.
Masayo Ito.
That's what they're saying. Goddamn, Masayo Ito. And others say, goddamn, Jarrett got the bad end of the stick. And actually he did. I've said before that that's the only time I've ever seen anybody get the best of Jerry Jarrett in a deal, was Watts getting all of us and for what he got. But at the same time, he didn't need it, because none of us were over in his territory, because of there was other guys that was more over. But when we got a chance to go somewhere else and do something they hadn't seen, it worked for everybody. And what Jarrett, he made a top guy out of Rick Rude, and he used Neidhart very well, but he just wanted some underneath heels that he could cycle in later on for all of his Homestead and baby faces to beat, right?
Yeah, and the other thing too is, this is when Mid-South is first now getting baby faces that have music videos. Memphis had already had that. They already had the Fabulous one, so the Rock and Roll could never get past that, as you've said before. Everyone was new to Mid-South, and everyone got over. And it was the presentation in a lot of ways.
Well, and that's the thing, not only had Mid-South never had, the music videos for the Rock and Roll, they'd never really had music videos for, Magnum TA.
I'm saying for anyone, Terry Taylor
for
ended up getting them. Yeah.
When Magnum had been there, but all of a sudden when, they do the video where he's laying there in the leather jacket and the sexy chest, and he's got the women hanging on him, then it looked like MTV. And that was one thing. Bill Watts was not watching MTV, nor was Ernie Ladd at that point. But because Jarrett had shown him, and that's Joel Watts was editing the first fucking Mid-South videos for quite some time, and he learned from Randy West, Jerry Jarrett's son-in-law, who was doing the editing in Memphis. He brought him up to specifically teach him how to make them music video deals. And that's how they got a younger audience than what they had from the, because they were long on football players, but short on sex symbols in Louisiana at the time.
The problem is I can't hear the song Freeze Frame without thinking of Terry Taylor.
Hey, at least they did that for him in Mid-South. He got Some Days Are Diamonds, Some Days Are Stones in Tennessee. Sometimes the hard times won't leave me alone.
That was the theme song for Teaming with Jacques Rougeau.
Anyway, so what we should do now here, what we're going to try to do is pick up again with where we left off, which was we will start with Monday, January 16th, and go through some period of my schedule and date book to give you an idea of what was going on at the time and how Mid-South began that turnaround, which we've talked about in the past in many different programs, to starting to set gate records on the new talent and the new booking philosophy. So have we covered this setup adequately at this point?
Oh, yeah. 15-minute setup. I think we've got it covered.
Well,
no, we covered a lot of ground. And again, part 1 is up and the previous parts in 83 are up as well. But here we are picking up where we left off last time.
Because if we go back to an arena, I'm not going to tell you all the same stories of, that I've already told. And such as we went to New Orleans on Monday, January 16th. And again, it's a 400-mile round trip from lovely Alexandria where we live, but the house was $24,000. And that was, even though we were still in a preliminary match with Lanny Poffo and Joe Savoldi, things are starting to see a little bit of life there because New Orleans had been a little bleh in the past. And then the following day, Tuesday, January 17, we went to Lake Charles. And this is where we start. As we mentioned, we had shot the angle. What was it on the on the TVs that we did back on January 4th, where we tarred and feathered Magnum TA because we'd been calling him Chicken. They wouldn't defend the tag team titles against us, and did that angle. And now that TV is starting to air in more markets. So we start the run with Magnum and Wrestling 2 on January 17th. And Lake Charles, I'm not sure. I got to go back and look. Is this the first time that we have been there? I must mention, no, it's the second time. So I must not mention various details about the building. But at this point, we are doing double disqualifications with 2 and TA most of the time, because these, as I recall, are not even championship matches yet. We won't get into those. We're starting the program, and they didn't want to tip anybody's hand on who was going to be, doing what to who. So we're just having wild brawls. And we had one in Lake Charles in front of a stellar house of $5,200. So this shit ain't sinking in yet in Lake Charles. And
how many people would that be?
Oh, good Lord. With a regular show at Lake Charles in those days, 700-800. And Lake Charles Civic Center was a decent sized place. I would figure average tickets at about $7 back in those days on a regular show. And Lake Charles, the Civic Center was not the traditional building that they had run back in the 50s and 60s and early 70s for wrestling in Lake Charles. It was a nice new building. It was one of the ones that Watts was trying to change over to, because I've talked to you about a lot of these buildings had been inherited from the Leroy McGurk days and where they'd always run, the Shreveport Municipal Auditorium. And with a lot of them came the local promoters in Baton Rouge or in La Ranja or wherever. And what Watts was trying to do was transition into all the newer buildings in the markets where he could use his own people, Jack Curtis, Grizzly Smith, whoever is in charge of most of the town. And maybe he's got Scott Muntz doing traveling and getting a lot of these politically connected local promoters out of the goddamn mix that were taking a payoff to show up and tell you who to pay off in the proper places, right? So Lake Charles was a nice new building and a dangerous as fuck market, as I think we mentioned last time, where they would try to shoot the heels in the eyes with Drano and the water guns, or they cut the Freebirds' tires when they showed up. And then the police car that brought the Freebirds, they cut their tires. So it was more dangerous when there was a small crowd, because on the floor and in the dark as you're going back from the ring, they can fucking stick and run, and they got plenty of room to get away. So it was a little dodgy, but nevertheless. We go to Wednesday, January 18th, where we were in Shreveport for another TV taping. We did a regular TV match. We beat Roger Bond and Mike Jackson, but then Magnum and Wrestling 2 did a run in and getting a big fight. And then at the next taping, we have a TV match against them. And that's the one, the Twitter clip has been making the rounds lately, where TA was about to hit the ropes and I jumped up and pulled the top rope down. He takes a bump over the top and we whip fucking both of them with my belt and blah, blah, blah. And they vow revenge. So that ain't even going to show in most of the markets for the next 2 or 3 weeks. We're running off the tarring and feathering at the house shows at this point. But that was the way they always tried to keep something fresh without doing the same thing over and over between the teams or the individuals that were in programs with each other. So every time a TV showed, something had been done to warm that angle up a little bit before you went to the houses that week. Does that make sense?
I think so.
So then the following day, January 19th, and I haven't even been mentioning, I forgot to mention we did interviews all morning on Wednesday. So at least that was one of those days where we would go to Shreveport. We'd leave Shreveport or leave Alexandria at 6:30 in the morning, get to Shreveport at 9 o'clock, shoot promos for 6 hours, have 2 hours where we go and try to find something to eat, and then get to the Irish McNeil Boys Club about 5:30, do 2 hours of TV taping, and then go home to Alexandria that night, which was 2 hours on Two-Lane Road, and get home about 1 in the morning. So that was a challenging day to try to keep everything, all the details down, right? That's why Watts was anal about his paperwork. And then we get to sleep late the next day on January 19th because we don't have to get up until fucking, about noon so we can leave and drive 250 miles to Biloxi, Mississippi, where we again face Magnum TA in Wrestling 2. And in this one, I introduced the dreaded powder, not the Monsel's powder, but the baby powder, Johnson & Johnson. And I threw powder in Wrestling 2's face, and Dennis top roped him, but the referee saw that and disqualified us, and we got heat on Magnum until Dog came out to rescue the whole bunch of them in front of a stirring $12,000 house.
Is it a waste of the powder to use it on someone wearing a white mask?
No, because it's to blind someone, and they could understand because it was visual. They could see it. It's not like, Coco Ware always used to say to Lawler, "Don't get juice on me. I'm black. They can't see it. Throw powder." But in this case, the powder flies through the air and is so visual that then he sells his eyes that they know he's been blinded. Hopefully not for good.
Hopefully not. But we're out in Biloxi, Mississippi.
Anyway, so we get back from Biloxi about 3:00 in the morning, right? So the next day on January 20th, we got to go to Jackson, Mississippi, which is 200 miles in the other fucking direction. And we do the same fucking thing. No, this time it's a double disqualification with 2 and TA, $7,000 house. And the reason for that, as I recall, is because for whatever reason, we couldn't get in the Jackson Coliseum, the normal building that they were running at the fairgrounds, but they had an armory or building of some description at the fairgrounds. And this thing, if it was $7,000, that meant there was probably about 1,000 people there. And this place probably should seat about 800, because I remember it plain as day. I said, "Oh, my God, we're going to be killed." There was no room around the ring. There was no room to fucking get to the ring. And what the fuck? And they said, "Oh, just have a wild double disqualification." I said, "Oh, does whoever gets fucking stabbed get a bonus for tonight, right?" But we did it in a very controlled double disqualification and got the fuck out of there.
Do you think Watts would bonus you if you got stabbed?
Maybe if you gave Grizzly a sob story and turned your hospital bill in, you might get some bonus for some bogus thing a week or two down the road. But I don't think he would have been particularly, fucking sympathetic. Well, you got to watch out for these things. But again, I don't know why I know why they ran it, because they wanted the $7,000 and they couldn't get to Coliseum. But goddamn, that was one of those towns that's like, Jesus Christ, you've got the full card in here. I don't see how the clearance could have been that high. But nevertheless, we would do business in Jackson very shortly. This is still the building period. And then we get back from Jackson, 200 miles, a lot of it 2-lane, somewhere around 2:00 in the morning. And the next day, on January 21st, we've got to go to Little Rock, Arkansas. And we started coming to dread this trip, because if anybody wants to look at a map, it was 270 miles, all 2-lane state highway, no interstate whatsoever, directly north from Alexandria, Louisiana to Little Rock, Arkansas. Through every little goddamn town, podunk fucking village, out in fields with farmers with trucks with bales of hay driving 40 miles an hour. It could easily be a 6-hour drive during the day. So we would have to leave at noon every time we went to Little Rock just to make sure that we got there and we're in the locker room by 6:30. And then it was a little bit better going back because who's driving those roads at 4 o'clock in the morning, but you still wouldn't get back until almost 5 a.m. So it was a lovely fucking day. And I actually did not get the house here, but I have to think it drew because Little Rock was very behind on the tapes. Little Rock was probably 4 or 5 weeks behind along with Oak City and Tulsa. So we were still wrestling Joe Savoldi and George Weingeroff, but that was a $200 payoff. So something drew. I thought, oh, wait a minute. As a matter of fact, here we go. Texas Tornado. I'm looking at two different books. Texas Tornado tag match, Hacksaw Duggan and Junkyard Dog against Crusher Darso and Nikolai Volkov. So that angle was starting to be of some interest there with the folks. So we got $200 for a preliminary match. And then, by the way, finish that week up, and then I'll open the floor to questions. On January 22nd in Lafayette, Louisiana. So after we drove 270 miles back to Alexandria on that Saturday night, got in at Sunday morning at 5 o'clock, Lafayette was 100 miles directly south the other way. So while we didn't have to leave until about 4 o'clock in the day, we covered almost 700 miles from one end of the territory to the other from one day to the next. That's how the routing was. And again, for a preliminary match, beating Leaping Lanny and George Weingeroff that week, we made $815 and worked worked all 7 days, but counting the interview session, that's 8 times in 7 days, and counting the TV taping, that's 8 matches in 7 days.
You getting worried at all?
About
money?
Well, no, because this is 3 times what I fucking left Tennessee on.
That's true. That's true.
And at the same time, every time when we're doing stuff on television, we go to the towns, we seem to be getting a reaction. That's number one. Number two, there's enough towns in this territory here that even if Houston's only doing 40 grand, it's going to be a nice payoff if you're on top. Because we're seeing the payoffs that we're getting for these preliminary matches, and we know he's taking care of us. But at the same time, we're like, fuck, as soon as we get up the card, this will, and something's going on, this will improve. So no, not yet is anybody panicking. The only time I was panicking at this point is when the people were starting to come after us, because we're starting to get that. And as a matter of fact, on Monday, January 23rd, this is a good example. We're in New Orleans at the Downtown Municipal Auditorium, and I mentioned the previous week was $24,000. That was a pretty good house from what they'd done Christmas and previous. Well, this is our first fucking angle match with TA and 2 in New Orleans. And this was kind of this is one of the big towns. Lake Charles, Biloxi, Jackson was an off building, but New Orleans they pay attention to. Is something going to work in Mid-South? It's going to work in New Orleans. First time we're billed with TA and 2, $41,000 house. So again, that pretty much filled up the half of the Downtown Municipal Auditorium that was generally opened up for the matches in those days. And that's the match where they hit the ring smoking, and there's a big 4-way. And then, boom, we settle it down, but we cut 2 off and get the heat on him. TA makes a big comeback. I do the fucking deal where I pull the rope down and he takes the bump out over the top because they haven't seen it here in this town. And then when Dennis and Bobby get on 2 and start kicking the shit out of him, TA, I think he may have already had some color, but he does the old zombie walk. You know what I'm talking, where the baby, like Cowboy Bob Ellis used to do this. It was a fucking trademark of his. When he was bleeding and he'd been abused by the fucking baby faces and taking a bad bump, he'd get up and he'd do a zombie walk through the fucking crowd where it's like he didn't know where he was and all the people are screaming, no, go back that way or whatever. Well, TA did a zombie walk back to the fucking locker room entrance and people thought, what the fuck, is he leaving? And a second later, you see him coming out with a goddamn giant board. He's picked up a plank at the back door and he hits the fucking ring and breaks the board over Bobby's head. Boom, and the splinters fly. And the goddamn people go out of there. And then fucking now Bobby's got color. But at the same time, the referee calls for the disqualification. They're disqualified because they came in with the fucking board. And the people go crazy and we fucking organize ourselves and get the fuck out of there. But that's continued the goddamn issue, right? So now we're starting to do things where we're getting a reaction and where people are starting to get hot at the finish and where they're coming up when we get our comeuppance. So you can start to kind of feel the reaction and when things are catching on because you're going to these towns every week or two. Does that make sense?
Yeah, makes sense.
So then on Tuesday, January 24th, we actually got a day off. I don't know what the fuck happened. I don't know why that we would not have been booked because it's not like he handed these out often, but we got one. And then we had a wonderful double shot on January 25th where we had to do interviews in Shreveport at Channel 3 from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. as normal every Wednesday. And then we had to drive 180 miles over to Vicksburg, Mississippi, which was a wonderful place where both you could see Gil Culkin and Jack Curtis and the whole Mississippi gang. And I don't remember exactly what the name of the building is, but you can tell they had wrestling there in the fucking 1950s. It smelled old, right? It was like being in an arena from the 40s. And that was obviously not one of the bigger towns. That was a spot show deal that they ran every once in a while for George Culkin and the family. And we beat George Weingroff and Lanny Poffo, who, bless them, are still finishing up. Randy's already working in Memphis, and I think Lanny was bopping back and forth at the time, but he still had to finish up some of these commitments in Mid-South. That's how long Watts had shit booked ahead. And at that point, then we got to go back to Alexandria, which was 150 miles. So I started, the midnight didn't have to do interviews, but I left my house at 6:30 that morning, and I would have gotten back at approximately 1:30 a.m. the next day. And then the following day, Brian, on January 26th, we're back in Shreveport for a house show at the auditorium. So where we did interviews the previous day from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., we're at the house show at 7:30 the following day. But we're against 2 and TA. And remember, I said Shreveport had been on its ass. It came up a bit, $15,100. And we did the same thing as we did in New Orleans. And this would become somewhat of a theme. Bobby was getting a board broke over his fucking head 3 or 4 times a week for a little while. But again, Shreveport came up because now $15,000 at average ticket prices in those days for an average show in Shreveport, you're probably looking at 1,800 people now. So we're starting to see a little reaction, and we've been shooting the angles on TV in Shreveport at the Irish McNeil, so those people are clued into it. And then we went back to Alexandria, which, again, another 260-mile round trip. So this is a decent week with the off day and Shreveport being close. The following day, we go to Houston. And this one is where we really know that something is going on, because this was the first time that we almost got Paul Bosch to send us all home. Because I've told you about the time that he came and grabbed me by the shoulder when we had 2 upside down, and I think we'll probably get to that. That may be the next fucking segment we do.
Where he told you to go to the back?
Yes.
Right now?
Well, this one, actually, we didn't get yelled at. He yelled at Dundee. Because, okay, we go to Houston on January 27, and by the way, we know it's a 500-mile fucking round trip from Alexandria, and it's completely different direction to Shreveport, so we're going all over the fucking place. But this is the match with goddamn 2 and TA off the angle off television. And here's the card, by the way, for Houston, so you see where we are on a big show card. An elimination match, Butch Reed and Crusher Darsow and Nikolai Volkov beat Junkyard Dog, Hacksaw Duggan, and Tito Santana. Paul was still bringing in some of his own talent, and most of those guys appealed to the Hispanic audience in Houston. They were over there. So Houston was still an amalgam of Mid-South and Paul Bosch's own customized market. And actually, again, this was a program. Jose Lothario beat Black Gordman, and that was featured as well at the top. And then it was our match with Wrestling 2 and Magnum TA. And then Jim Neidhart beat Butch Reed by disqualification. And there's a story here I'll get to in a second. But also Terry Taylor beat Tom Lentz. Brian Adidas from Dallas beat Larry Higgins. And Masayo Ito beat John King. Neidhart and Butch Reed had been the tag team champions, right? Just the end of 1983.
Right.
And then, and I can't remember what the angle was, but they switched Neidhart because Jarrett wanted Neidhart to come to Memphis. So the angle they did was they switched Neidhart babyface and on Butch Reed and had Butch ultimately beat him on the way out since Neidhart's going to Memphis and it helped Butch be a better heel, right? Standard wrestling shit. However, the wrinkle on this one was, and this is where we started to get insight into what Watts would do and what he wanted done to protect the credibility of the business. And in its own way, it's genius. We've talked about that when you shot TV in Shreveport, that it didn't make its entire way around the territory for a while, right? And it would be delayed by up to 4 or 5 weeks in the Oklahoma City and Tulsa, etc. But even in Houston, if you did something on the second tape, you did say on a Wednesday night in Shreveport, even though Houston was right along with New Orleans as being mostly up to date, it would still take 10 days, I think, for the first tape to air and 17 for the second tape to air, right? Whatever. So there was a period of time of a couple weeks where Neidhart and Butch had turned on each other in Shreveport and had a big fight in front of God and everybody. It had been taped. It had happened in front of human beings. Even though it had not been shown on TV in Houston yet, Watts said, well, he can't be in the same locker room because in Houston, you could see when the door opened and you came into the arena, you could see that it was you're coming out of a goddamn locker room. So the heels were on one side and the baby faces were on the other side. So people would not assume they were in the same room together because we really weren't and couldn't get to each other. Right. And they could see that. But the previous show in Houston, before that Neidhart and Butch Reed had this fucking match, since it had happened already, but it hadn't aired in Houston, Neidhart could not be in the heel locker room with Butch Reed, even though they weren't wrestling against each other that night. So they had Neidhart dressed in a fucking closet. He dressed in a broom closet. And when the goddamn bell rang, here came his opponent, whoever the fuck it was, from the locker room, and here came Neidhart from a fucking janitor's closet at the side of the Sam Houston Coliseum. He opened the door and came out of it. And everybody but that's, Watts did not, he said they've turned on each other. They fought. They can't be in the same locker room. And it made sense. What if somebody was on vacation, right? I digress, don't I?
No, but it's an interesting point because, again, even if the fans know it's a work, The whole idea is you're going there to suspend disbelief. If you notice that, you can't do that. If you notice they just came out of the same room that other guy was in, why weren't they fighting? The other guy was ready. So it makes sense. It's the kind of thing that should be done.
So anyway, we're in Houston on January 27th with that card I just gave. And the reason why Paul Bosch got hot, because, again, poor Bobby had to take a fucking board over the head. And yes, we're gimmicking these boards, ladies and gentlemen, but you swing it full force and hope it's gimmicked properly is what happens. So you know it's there. It's not recommended you do this on a regular basis. But Dundee had said, when Cornette, you throw the powder to blind them and you guys run off, two and TA will chase you. And you've seen the tapes many times where the heels in Memphis, where the babyface in Memphis would chase the heels back and they'd get in a fight outside the locker room door and they'd bash them into the wall and they'd throw them in the locker room, right?
Yeah.
Well, we had a little skirmish like that. And Paul Bosch went out of his mind because they never had done that before, ever in Houston. They'd never had a fight in the back of the building because even though there was to the naked eye, an open area behind ringside seating, well, look at all this room we got. When all those fucking people saw goddamn guys fighting in the back for the first time ever, that room closed up quick. And there were people they were holding onto the rail at the end of the Coliseum. The general admission seats had a rail in front of them, obviously. And then about 10 or 15 feet down was the floor. And, they drove the trucks for the tractor pulls and things on. They were getting over the rail and hanging and dropping to get closer to the fucking fight. And it was chaos. And Paul Bosch came back and ranted fucking Dundee out for that. So this isn't Memphis. We can't do that here. We'll have a riot. But we had a $51,000 house, and we made $500 a piece that night. And if you will recall that what was that December house? Well, it was like 30-something grand with Bockwinkel and Dog on top. So we knew we had something going on here. These angles are starting to click. Not only that, but with Nikolai and Darso more focused together, because they were going to draw some money with the Rock and Roll First also. That was their first program, get the rock and roll over. Anyway, so that was a wonderful fucking, feeling that we can cause that much chaos, especially since none of us was stabbed or beamed in the head with a beer bottle. But that was Houston had that atmosphere, boy. It didn't take much because they had been, it had been in a ways protected from a lot of horseshit that shouldn't happen. But at the same time, they had seen such great talent that they were discriminating. But when they got into something, they went whole hog. If there's a modern correlation to that, maybe. Anyway, January 28th, guess where we were, Brian? Our hometown, Alexandria, Louisiana. Still wrestling George Weingroff and Joseph Oldie. Alexandria, I think, was one of the last fucking places in the middle of the state to get the fucking tape.
So you drove home in the middle of the night, slept at home?
No, we did not. We were in Alexandria, Louisiana. The building was approximately 9 miles away from where I lived. We did not get to sleep at home that night. Do you know why?
Why?
We had to leave for the town the next day. The next day we were in Oklahoma City. And I've told you that the deal was when you flew, you had to buy your own plane ticket, and it cost at least $250 a piece to fly out of Alexandria, which we'll get to the story later on when we ended up doing it, but it cost $250 a piece. And this is where we were only going to do preliminary matches in these towns. And Watts would give you a $125 travel allowance a piece to find your own way to Oak City. So if you drove, you would actually make a little profit if you had 3 guys in a car. But if you flew, you'd immediately lose $125 plus whatever your hotel cost. So we just got there from Memphis. We said, fuck that, right? So we left after the show in Alexandria and drove the 550 miles to Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
Wow.
And that way we could check in on a new day at the hotel. They used to let you do that. I don't think they do anymore, but it like Days Inns or, you know, the roadside hotel chains of the day.
Check in on a new day?
Check in on a new day was wrestler lingo, baby. If you got to a town at like 4:30, 5 o'clock, just dick around till 6 o'clock. If you check in after 6 o'clock, they'll check you in on a new day. Because now a lot of times if you checked in at 3 or 4 o'clock, they'd want you to check out at 12, right? But if you check in on a new goddamn day, well, then you get that guy. So you got a room you can play with. But anyway, we didn't have time to anyway, though. I spent $24 on the motel. I think that was the La Quinta in Oklahoma City that gave us a rate back in those days. The gas for the trip cost more than the hotel. The gas was $28. Nevertheless, on Sunday, January 29th, we were in Oklahoma City against Lanny Poffo and George Weingeroff, but the house was $61,000 and the show was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And we did the preliminary match. That's the only time we did a preliminary match here, but that's the only time that you were allowed to leave early. Watts wanted everybody to stay till the show was over with, not only because that was professional, and if you were on the undercard, you needed to watch the main events because you'd learn something, and also the undercard heels needed to be there to help the top heels fight their way back. But you could leave early on Oak City on the Sunday afternoons because you had to go to Tulsa that night. So as the matches would be over, what they would, for the guys that flew, they would have vans, one for the baby faces and one for the heels. And Watts had, I don't know who this guy was that drove the heel van, but he was some local stooge. But this guy, if you flew and you didn't have a car, that van was going as soon as the show was over. If you had a car, then you could leave and go because you might want to actually eat in between. Because this motherfucker driving the van, and we experienced it a couple of times, he was only going to drive 55. That was the speed limit between Oak City and Tulsa in those days. On what was it, the Indian Nation Turnpike or whatever the fuck it was. And he wouldn't go 3 miles over 55 because he'd been told not to get a speeding ticket. And Dr. Death couldn't bear down on him and force him to do so. And you got to stop at the Love store, so you got deli sandwiches and or fucking microwave shit. But if you had your own car and you could get out early enough, you could actually sit down and eat somewhere. Because think about this. We had fucking lunch at our house. After Alexandria, we got fast food on the way to Oklahoma City. And now we've worked Oklahoma City. If we got something to eat, it was at the goddamn hotel with fucking powdered eggs. And now we've worked once, and on the way to Tulsa, we might want something to eat besides a fucking sandwich from Love Store. So then we would go, then it's 120 miles, Oak City to Tulsa, and the show would be 7:30 that night. And we'd do that, and then it was somewhere between 520 and 540 miles from Tulsa to Alexandria. So if we were on even middle of the card and could leave by 8:30, 9 o'clock, we were probably not going to be back. And this wasn't all interstate now. You had to go through some wilds of Louisiana and a bit of wilds of Oklahoma. So we still wouldn't be in until daylight, somewhere around 5 in the morning. But things are looking up, Brian, because that week, even though we did, hold on, let me count this up. 550, 650, 11, 12, there's 16, and 19, 23. Oh, hold on, there's 26. Even though we did about 2,900 miles that week, Our check was up to $1,870 because now we're starting to be in the main events with these, with 2 and TA in some of these towns that are starting to dribble back to life. And for those of you who missed some of the previous segments, any dollar figure that we talk about in the year 1984 is equal to $3 in today's money, as they say. So that was, what's 1870 times 3? That's the equivalent of making over $5,000 that week. And we had Tuesday off. I just come from Memphis a fucking previous month making $200 a week if they'd book me. I'm not going to complain about eating frozen fucking chicken nuggets in the back seat of the car in the middle of the night, right?
Well, you bring up the Memphis salaries. Obviously, Lawler was making some really good money and he owned a piece of the company. But other than Lawler and whoever was working with him in the main event, if them, were you making more money than everyone else on those cards?
Was I making more money here in Mid-South than anybody in Memphis? Yes.
Yeah, not just
Yes.
you, not just what you were making in Memphis, but what the wrestlers were making.
Now wait a minute. Now you've confused me. That's what I'm saying is nobody besides Lawler. Wait, Dundee. Well, no, Dundee's with us. Okay. Well, I wanted to make sure before I made a blanket statement, nobody in the Memphis territory besides Lawler made $1,800 that week or recently in a week at that point in time. So this was, we're like, oh, okay, now we see what's going on. Now we see what's going on. And, but again, the fucking schedule was ridiculous, but it hadn't hit us yet that we would be doing it for an entire year. And also, we're the last thing from tired of it yet, because look at these fucking checks. I had not seen a 4-digit weekly check in the business yet. And all of a sudden it's like, and with days off and we're doing spot shows, right? And it's still like that. So I'm like, what the fuck? We got something going on here, and you can feel the people coming. And I don't want somebody to clip that and use it in the wrong fashion. And I'll give you an example before we move on to the following week, but January 29th, the Tulsa card, right? Which is what was probably the same thing in Oak City. I don't have that in front of me, but between the two towns, they did $92,000, 61 in Oak City and 31 in Tulsa. So even with us still in prelims, we made $550 plus the $125 trans allowance that weekend. And we're looking and said, okay, if we're making this when we're on top like we were in New Orleans last Monday, hello, my baby, hello, my honey. But in Tulsa, the card, again, they had Chris Adams and Jimmy Garvin. They're working that program. Duggan and Darso, Dog and Taylor over Butch Reed and Nikolai Volkov. And then our preliminary and Neidhart and a couple of other people. That you can tell that even, before the new shit got started, that there's some revitalization going on in the television. Dundee's been responsible now for the last month or 6 weeks of TV that these people have seen, probably because it started back at the end of November. So nevertheless, we press on. We will move on to the next week. And this, you remember, Brian, from watching all those old Mid-South TV tapings or Mid-South TV shows where they would say the St. Bernard Civic Center, right? The St. Bernard Civic Center in New Orleans. And it sounds kind of grand, St. Bernard Civic Center. Have you ever seen the St. Bernard? Did you ever see any clips from the St. Bernard Civic Center?
Well, let me just say for the record, I never thought it sounded grand in any way when I heard the St. Bernard Civic Center.
Well, you ought to see it in person. It literally, when they could not, this was, as we've talked about before, the UNO Lakefront Arena had hosted wrestling. It had just opened. It was a brand new building, and we wouldn't do the first show there for several months. And if for whatever reason they could not get the downtown municipal auditorium in New Orleans, they would run the St. Bernard Civic Center it's St. Bernard Parish. They're not counties in Louisiana. They're called parishes. Like Alexandria was Rapides Parish, and they're all parishes, right? Well, I always thought from watching the TVs before I was ever a resident of the state of Louisiana that it was still in New Orleans, right? It's not in New Orleans. It's in St. Bernard, which is out of downtown New Orleans, way to the east and in a different parish. But it was a little local civic center. And when I say little local, I don't even know how to explain it. It would probably seat about, if they put seats on the floor and all the seats in the building, maybe 1,000, 1,200 people. And it was they had a Mid-South Wrestling reunion there back in, I think, 2014 or whatever. And it's the only time I'd ever seen the place in daylight. And it's just a little building on the side of a street. And you wouldn't, it doesn't sound like any kind of civic center, except I guess it is for St. But point is, we did a $12,000 house there in that little fucking building, which was almost full. And the boys were telling me, watch them here because they can take a poke at you and be out the side door in a second. But we had 2 in TA, and at this point, they started getting a little fucking heat on the racket because they went into a 4-way. And finally, as Magnum TA got Bobby in an abdominal stretch, I jump up on the apron of the ring, and TA drops the stretch and comes for me and grabs me, but I throw the racket over his shoulder, and Bobby grabs it and clocks TA with it. Down he goes, and we get disqualified and get some heat on him. Short heat, because it was a fucking tight building, and got the fuck out of there. And the cops had to goddamn wait around for us to get dressed so they could escort us to our cars from that finish, because the people were waiting in the fucking parking lot. So again, New Orleans is starting already to get into this, so that we were somewhat glad to see that, but we're starting now to get used to the boys telling us where to watch out for, and the cops starting to double up on us a little bit. I think they felt sorry for me. The cops are like, oh, this fucking guy. They're used to, look at Darso, look at Nikolai Volkov. He's 330 pounds. Me, they're like, oh, they're going to kill him. And anyway, and then we finished the month out on Tuesday, January 31st in Monroe, Louisiana. As I've mentioned, New Orleans was a 400-mile round trip from Alexandria. St. Bernard was even farther. Monroe is directly north. So the following day, we did a 200-mile trip the other way. And the same thing with Magnum and 2, where Bobby got a board over the fucking head. And then I do not have the house recorded, but it doesn't seem like it was a wonderful house. And then we actually went to Shreveport, since we were already in Monroe. It's only 100 miles over, so we went to Shreveport to the beautiful Alamo Plaza Motor Inn, where we could stay the night and do interviews the next day and a TV taping the next night. And that finishes up January, at least, of 1984.
Well, that's your schedule. Where were you mentally at the end of the month?
I don't remember. I didn't have time to think about it. I'm seeing all these towns for the first time. And sometimes we go back to a town we were at before. It's at a different building. And at the same time, we're just starting to get when we're doing the preliminaries, I understood that. Okay, preliminary match, we're the heels, they're the baby faces. They don't like us, but doesn't seem like anything life-threatening is going on. And it's just to get over, and the money's okay. We can see if we were in the main events. Boy, howdy. But then after I got the first couple weeks of main events, and these people start going out of their minds, or we almost have a riot in Houston, or they're, the cops are being warned to stay on top of me and things like that by the promotion officials. Watch Cornette. I'm like, okay, this is getting over, but goddamn, they seem that we knew the Rock and Roll Express were coming. I'm thinking if they're this mad because we're beating up fucking Wrestling 2, that cranky old bastard, when they see Ricky Morton sell, we may need a tank. And by this time, I mentioned it in the previous clip, but after we had tarred and feathered Magnum on television, it's already happened. I can't remember. I didn't write down particularly which day it was, but the fans had found Bobby's car at the hotel and tarred and feathered it. I mean, Cairo syrup and fucking pillow feathers all over the whole goddamn thing. And you could
didn't take a picture of it?
Invested. Oh, by the time that, are you kidding? He was out there for 2 hours, 3 hours with a goddamn hose and fucking brushes trying to get it off before we even knew about it.
Where did he get a hose?
He was living at the time at the beautiful Alexandria Motor Lodge. That's where it happened. That's the place we went to when we first pulled into Alexandria. We're thinking we'll find a goddamn Super 8 or a Days 8. We pulled into Alexandria, and of the, I think, 2 or 3 available options that had the word motel in the title, it was Christmas Eve, and we ended up at the Alexandria Motor Lodge. Bobby had walked in and said, hey, he wanted to ask if they might by any chance have a rate for pro wrestlers, right? But what he said was, hey, can we get a rate here? And the guy said, he didn't know what the fuck he was. He said, for what? He said, no, can we get, if we want to live here? And he looked at him again like, you want to live here? And he was thinking about, could we get a weekly rate? Like, we got to find an apartment so we get a rate for a week, a weekly rate for a few weeks or whatever. Bobby, he'd lived at the Murfreesboro fucking Inn or whatever for extended period of time. We worked for Nick. But anyway, finally, when the guy understood, he gave us a weekly rate. And me and Dennis both got out of there, I think, as quickly as we could. But Bobby was there for a while, but he got a hose from the fucking guy at the desk. And we had to go somewhere. He couldn't drive it down the fucking road like you couldn't see out of it.
I just like the idea of,
you call us, they come over and see the goddamn. Anyway,
can we get a rate? What do you mean? We want to move in.
Well, that's well, that's the time. Did I tell you about the time when we started flying to Oklahoma? I was calling up and making the reservations when we had to fly. When we absolutely had to. I'd call up and make the reservations. I'd done it the first couple times. Well, Bobby said, well, Corn, let me call. We're all sitting there in his room, right? He said, let me call and make the reservation. Because I've been calling his travel agent there in Alexandria because they had a local airport there. More on that when we get to that time period. But they had a little local airport there that had like 2 airlines that completely serviced it. It was like American Eagle to get you to Dallas or whatever. Then, so he calls the travel agent. No, he called the travel agent. And the first words out of his mouth, he said, yeah, I would talk to y'all about a plane ride. Like he wanted to just take a ride around it and come back, right? I said, no, but should have used the terminology flight or ticket or. But anyway, that's some of those things that happen. But nevertheless, we can. Go ahead.
Before we move on or do whatever we're going to do here, end of January 84, do you feel comfortable in Mid-South? Do you feel like you got the lay of the land, that everyone's cool with you, that Watts is happy with what you're doing? What do you think about Mid-South in general?
Well, no, the locker room was great. I mean, Nikolai Volkov, I've talked about him, a million times. He was so fucking funny and such a jokester. And he would keep you, because, I mean, everybody's in a car constantly and making these trips and fighting these fans. But in the locker room, everybody was happy for the most part. And at least if anybody was bitching about anything, everybody in the locker room was bitching about the same. The heels would bitch about the glory happy baby faces, right? That's universal in wrestling. Or the fucking payoffs, or the office, or the Stooges and the whatever. But everybody was on the same bitch page. And Darso was a fucking great kid, and he was just learning. And That's what Ernie Ladd, Fat Darso, come sit under the learning tree. But, you know, he was a great guy again. And these were guys you could count on. They would come out or stay and help you, or we would stay and help them, depending on, you know, who was at the end of the night was the heel that was going to need the most help getting back. And you could count on him to be there. Butch Reed he was hilarious in his own way. And to listen to him jousting with fucking Buddy when Buddy got there.
Well, I was going to say, when Buddy arrived, what did that do for the heel locker room?
Well, it gave it gave the whole heel locker room entertainment, because Buddy was entertaining, but sometimes he was annoying. But when he was annoying, Butch was entertaining and telling everybody how annoying Buddy was. So depending on which Buddy you got, it was still entertaining. And I mean, you know, but everybody was. I didn't spend any time significantly in the babyface locker room at all, either because I couldn't get there or Watts didn't encourage it. So there may have been some of them sniping at each other, but all the heels were happy. It was just when you had to go out in the goddamn real world, take a chance on getting fucking set on fire by the fans, that, you know, you had something to worry about.
Well, there it is, another look back at 40 years ago in Mid-South Wrestling, the year that put Jim Cornette and the Midnight Express on the map. We'll be picking this story up again shortly with February 1984. But, Jim, any closing thoughts on January 84?
Well, I'm enjoying going back and looking at some of these things. I've thought about some of the stories, obviously, in the past, but haven't specifically, minutely gone day to day in quite a while and examined this. So we're getting into the good stuff where the houses start to come up and I start to make a shitload of money. But before we can finish my story, I'm going to let Cody finish his. So we're going to come back next week here on the Jim Cornette Experience with a super length, super extravaganza WrestleMania weekend wrap-up report. And I believe we're also going to do, as we usually do every week, your program, The Drive-Thru, where we'll talk about what AEW is meekly and meagerly offering in opposition to same. So the next week's going to be busy and hectic in the world of podcasting as far as we're concerned. I hope everybody will stick with us and see what the heck happens with all of these things that are coming to a head. Are we done here for today?
Well, it's your show. Who am I to say?
Well, who are you? That's the question we're all asking, and we'll have an answer for you the next time we talk to you, folks. Until then, thank you, fuck you, and bye-bye, everybody.